Chapter 401. A Woo. At the same time, a wolf howl resounded through the sky. This aura, it has already broken through to the 5-star combat emperor. Luo Guang's group of 5, Mu Qing, Mu Shui-er, and the mayor were all dumbfounded. How was it possible to soar from the 9-star combat king to the 5-star combat emperor? Was this a dream? Slap. The leader of the Shu tribe gave himself a hard slap. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Die, all of you. Wolf King's angry roar suddenly rang out. Boom. The next moment, it rushed out from the battle chi. Its body was 15 to 16 meters long, like a mountain, hovering in the sky. That pair of fierce eyes was almost the size of a millstone, flashing with an astonishing fierce light. Its skin and flesh were lacerated all over its body, and blood flowed out, dyeing the void red. Swoosh. It glanced at everyone, and used the void escape step, heading straight for the leader of the Shu tribe. Its speed was as fast as lightning. One had to know. The void escape step was a perfect battle art. Although it was only a 5-star combat emperor, it could unleash a speed comparable to a 9-star combat emperor. In a few blinks of an eye, it landed in front of the leader of the Shu tribe. This person also had the strength of a 5-star combat emperor. However, when he saw Wolf King's fierce eyes, he was so scared that he fled for his life. How dare you attack me? How dare you? Go to hell! Wolf King roared angrily. Blood spurted out as it opened its mouth and directly bit off the head of the Shu tribe's leader. He didn't even have time to scream before he breathed his last and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the bowl-sized wound on his neck. Trash. Wolf King sneered and raised his head to look at the Mu Qing siblings. Immediately, the siblings couldn't help but feel cold all over. The siblings were very clear. Their actions had already angered this ferocious wolf. If it wasn't for the mayor, Wolf King's next target would probably be them. At the same time, Black Tortoise leader, Luo Guang, Ziyang tribe's leader, and High Priest looked at the corpse of the Shu tribe's leader and looked at each other. Killing intent filled their eyes. Boom. The 4 of them simultaneously activated their fighting souls and charged towards Wolf King. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Wolf King abruptly turned around, and a golden beast shadow appeared behind him. Strip. Following its roar, the 4 fighting souls were devoured by the beast in the blink of an eye. What? Why is this happening? Where's my battle soul? Why can't I sense it? The 4 of them were dumbfounded. Your fighting souls have been taken away by me. Wolf King grinned maliciously. He activated the void evasion step and appeared in front of the High Priest in a few flickers. It opened its mouth and swallowed the High Priest alive. The High Priest was only a 5-star combat emperor. Wolf King's plan was to get rid of the 2 5-star combat emperors first and then slowly deal with the others. Bastard, I'll kill you. The chief of the Purple Sun tribe was furious. First, his fighting soul had been taken away, and now, the High Priestess had been swallowed alive. This had driven him crazy. He threw a punch at Wolf King. The strength of a 9-star combat emperor was not reserved at all. Berserker's fury. Wolf King raised his head and roared. His chi rose crazily once again. At the same time, he had transformed into a muscular wolf. He stood high up in the sky like an ancient giant, causing the Mu Qing siblings in the distance to be frightened. They finally realized what kind of existence they had offended. Wolf King's claw struck out and collided with the fist of the chief of the Purple Sun tribe. Boom. Wolf King was sent flying on the spot. The skin on his claw was lacerated. The chief of the Purple Sun tribe only took a few steps back. However, in his heart, waves were surging. He was a 9-star combat emperor. As for Wolf King, even if his cultivation had increased by 5 small realms in a short period of time, he was only a 5-star combat emperor. However, the collision just now had actually forced him to retreat. How could his strength be so ridiculously strong? Luo Guang and the Black Tortoise commander were also in deep disbelief. I understand now. The city lord suddenly spoke. His eyes were filled with shock. What do you understand? The Mu Qing siblings were bewildered. Berserker's fury is a superior combat art. Its footwork is a perfect auxiliary combat art. the city lord said in a deep voice. The siblings' eyes trembled. Luo Guang and the other two were even more shocked. Even for the three super tribes, the battle arts they had mastered were only of the medium grade. However, they did not expect that this beast not only mastered a superior combat art, but also a perfect auxiliary combat art. Unbelievable. What was the background of this Qin Fei Yang? A ferocious beast beside him already had such an amazing combat art. Wouldn't he have mastered even more amazing combat arts? Boom. At this moment, Wolf King stabilized his huge body and glanced at Luo Guang and the other two. A 9-star combat emperor is just SOSO. He grinned and swallowed a healing pill. The broken claw was immediately repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Extremely arrogant, the three of them were burning with anger and displayed their combat arts at the same time. Waves of shocking aura, like a torrent, crazily rolled out between heaven and earth. Kill. Following the three people's shout, the three major combat arts, with surging murderous intent, blasted towards Wolf King. You want to kill your brother with this little strength? Naive. Wolf King smiled disdainfully. Using the void escape step, he appeared on the other side in a few flashes. Encircle and annihilate it. Luo Guang shouted angrily. The three of them turned into a stream of light and quickly surrounded Wolf King in the middle. There's no need for this. Come on, I'll fight with you. Wolf King's heroic spirit soared to the sky. His huge body crossed the sky and instantly landed in front of the Black Tortoise leader. A man and a wolf collided with each other. Wolf King was sent flying on the spot, spitting out blood. Haha, so what if you're a 9-star combat emperor? I'll kill all of you today. Wolf King laughed wildly. The injury would not make him timid, it would only make him crazier and crazier. Roar. Boom. He was like a ferocious beast, crazily fighting with the three people. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. Not good. Mu Qing frowned. Although Luo Guang and the other two were 9-star combat emperors and had mastered mid-tier combat arts, they did not have any auxiliary combat arts. Although Wolf King's strength was weaker than the three of them, the perfect auxiliary combat arts it had mastered were enough to keep its speed on par with the three of them. Facing the bombardment of the three people's combat arts, it could easily dodge them every time. Although it was at a disadvantage, Luo Guang and the other two were unable to cause fatal damage to it. There was one more point. The healing pill that the Wolf King had consumed had 2 pill veins. The healing pill of Luo Guang and the other two only had 1 pill pattern. Moreover, the pill patterns were still very blurry. The medicinal effect was naturally not as good as the healing pill with 2 pill patterns. More importantly, Wolf King was too ferocious, he was playing with his life. That astonishing battle intent was endless, oppressing the three of them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. As time passed, seeing that they couldn't take down Wolf King, the three of them began to become a little impatient. Moreover, Wolf King's combat awareness and instincts were something that the three of them couldn't compare to. If this trend continued, the situation that was supposed to be a sure win would definitely be reverse. Sure enough, the chief of Ziyang tribe was slightly careless and Wolf King seized the opportunity to slap his head with his claw. Accompanied by a shrill scream, like a meteorite, it crashed into the glacier below. Boom. The glacier suddenly collapsed. Damn it. We 3 9-star combat emperors joined forces and we couldn't even defeat a beast. This is a great humiliation. Luo Guang and the Black Tortoise chief roared again and again. Battle chi and battle arts, they all rushed towards Wolf King. Old man, the show has only just begun. Wolf King used the void evasion step, dodging the attack of the battle arts and madly rushed towards Luo Guang. The millstone's eyes were suffused with a bloodthirsty radiance. Its entire body was covered in blood. A few wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. If it was someone else or any other beast, they would have already collapsed after suffering such heavy injuries. However, Wolf King's aura was even more astonishing. It was like a fighting machine that didn't know fatigue or pain. Seeing Wolf King rushing towards him, Luo Guang's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of fear. He turned his head to look at the city lord and roared, "City lord, please help me." The city lord frowned slightly. Boom. An astonishing aura, like a volcanic eruption, roared out from his body. In the end, he still chose to make a move. Beast, your end is here. The chief of Ziyang tribe rushed out from the broken glacier below with a murderous aura all over his body. His head was broken. Blood flowed down and dyed his face red, making him look extremely ferocious at this moment. At the same time, Luo Guang and the Black Tortoise chief were also full of confidence. As long as the city lord made a move, only death would await this beast today. Whoever dares to move, I will kill them. At this moment, a cold voice came from below. Who dares to threaten us? Are you courting death? Luo Guang shouted. Everyone looked down and their expressions suddenly changed. They saw Qin Feiyang standing on an ice peak with 4 young people lying at his feet. It was Shi Yun and the other 3. Qin Feiyang shouted, "White-eyed wolf, come down quickly. We never play games that we are not confident in." Wolf King chuckled, turned into the size of a palm, swooped down, landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and then took a healing pill. Game? The city lord frowned and said in a deep voice, "For you, is this just a game?" Qin Feiyang said, "Regardless of whether it is a game or not, if you don't want them to lose their lives, stand there and don't move." Luo Guang and the other 2 had already swooped down, but when they heard this, they stopped in unison and looked at the city lord. The city lord was very angry and said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Don't worry, I won't mess around in the future. Because all of this has nothing to do with me." Qin Feiyang glanced at the few people, waved his hand, and a portal quickly opened. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the place. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were immediately imprisoned in the void. This time, they were really imprisoned. Swish. A graceful woman appeared out of thin air in the sky. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her long skirt fluttered, and her eyes were as cold as ice, like an ice fairy that descended to the mortal world. She was the Pagoda Master. Greetings, Pagoda Master. Chapter 402. The Pagoda Master glanced at the 3 of them and then looked down at Qin Feiyang. "I'll give you another chance. Let them go and return the treasures of the 4 tribes. I'll think about it and give you a lighter punishment," she said with a straight face. There was a trace of disappointment in her dark eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "What if I say no? I'll kill you now. I'll give you 3 breaths to make a decision." The Pagoda Master said. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer, the Pagoda Master didn't continue to talk nonsense and pointed her index finger in the air. A wave of battle chi emerged and rolled toward Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Seeing this, a cold smile crept onto the faces of Luo Guang and the others. This was the result of being stubborn. Boom. However, at this time, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. She was also a woman. She was also wearing a black mask on her face, covering her true face. As soon as she appeared, she waved her hand and a wave of battle chi went against the current and collided with the Pagoda Master's battle chi. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering noise suddenly resounded in this place. What? So strong. Seeing this, everyone present was extremely shocked. Who was this masked woman? She could compete with the Pagoda Master. Go. The masked woman looked up at the Pagoda Master, her eyes as calm as water, and said to Qin Feiyang without looking back, "Go." This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He was too familiar with this voice. It was the madam of the Meng family lurking in White Fox City. Wolf King shouted, "Little Qin Zi, what are you waiting for? Go." Qin Feiyang shivered, glanced at Mu Qing and her brother, then turned and plunged into the portal. The next moment, the portal disappeared. The Pagoda Master frowned and looked at the middle-aged woman, saying, "Who are you? It has nothing to do with you." The middle-aged woman said indifferently, then turned around and left. "You want to leave? Not so easy." A cold light flashed in the Pagoda Master's eyes. He turned into a flash of light and chased after them. The city lord and the others also quickly landed on the ice peak. Looking at the unconscious Shi Yun and the other 3 who didn't even look human anymore, their faces were as dark as water. Mu Qing's heart also felt heavy. It turned out that there was such a big shot behind Qin Feiyang. No wonder he dared to be so unbridled. Mu Xuer'er whispered, "Brother, we really shouldn't meddle in his business. What's done is done. What's the use of regretting it now? Besides, I don't regret it. As long as I can gain the Tower Master's trust, I won't hesitate to offend Qin Feiyang, even if I have to offend everyone in the world." Mu Qing clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with determination. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was standing on the shore of a frozen lake. This was the place where he landed when he first arrived at the Forgotten Land. Wolf King stood on his shoulder and asked in confusion, "Little Qin Zi, why did that woman suddenly appear?" "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. If he knew, he wouldn't be so surprised. Damn it, what is this Forgotten Land? It's only been such a short time, and we've already met two existences that surpass the War Emperor. Do you think we'll meet even stronger people if we continue to go deeper? Wolf King said. Who knows? Let's not care about that. We're leaving soon anyway. The Pagoda Master and the Madam have nothing to do with us. Qin Feiyang smiled and threw away all the doubts in his head. He scanned the surroundings, looking for an exit. However, as far as his eyes could see, there was only ice. He didn't find anything suspicious. "Brother, let's go up and take a look." Wolf King flew into the sky and stood 10,000 feet high, looking down below. A moment later, it landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and shook its head. "I don't see any altars or portals." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Could it be covered by the snow?" Wolf King said, "I'm thinking, did you guess wrong? Maybe the exit isn't here at all? That shouldn't be possible. It's definitely not a coincidence that we landed here." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Aren't there water beasts in this frozen lake? Let's get them out and ask." Wolf King waved its claws and a wave of battle chi rushed out and blasted into the frozen lake, immediately setting off a huge wave more than 10 meters high. Dong! Roar! In the next moment, one by one, huge water beasts rushed out of the water. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The 3 snow pythons that had almost killed Qin Feiyang back then were also among them. Those water beasts also recognized Qin Feiyang at a glance. They immediately opened their bloody mouths and revealed their dense fangs, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. "You're courting death." Wolf King's eyes turned cold and its aura exploded. The group of water beasts stopped in unison and immediately turned around, fleeing towards the frozen lake in fear. Ah! Wolf King was stunned. These little reptiles couldn't stand being scared, right? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He glanced at the frozen lake and said, "Let's go to the bottom of the lake and take a look." Wolf King was stunned and said disdainfully, "Are you an idiot? The lake is full of water. How can the exit be in the water? The point is, when I entered the Forgotten Land, I fell into the frozen lake." Qin Feiyang said. "Then, all right, it won't take much time anyway." Wolf King waved its claws, and battle chi emerged, condensing into a battle chi boundary. It brought Qin Feiyang into the frozen lake. Those water beasts were all hiding under the water, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing a man and a wolf enter the frozen lake, they immediately fled in panic. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang was filled with emotions. 7 months ago, it was him and Fatso who fled for their lives. 7 months later, they came here again, but the ones who fled were these water beasts. In just a few months, except for the pangolin, everyone's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially Wolf King, who could even fight against a 9-star combat emperor. When he returned to the state capital, who knew how many jaws would drop? A moment later, a man and a wolf sank to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was filled with mud and gravel. After being stirred up by the water beasts, it became very turbid. Wolf King said angrily, "How are we going to find it?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Let's wait until the lake water clears up." Immediately, 1 man and 1 wolf stayed at the bottom of the lake, quietly waiting. Hundreds of breaths passed. The lake water finally became much clearer, and one could see 2 to 3 meters away. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King began to search at the bottom of the lake. The water beasts had all run to the surface of the water. Except for one man and one wolf, there were no other creatures at the bottom of the lake. It was silent. Soon, they searched the bottom of the lake, but found nothing. Wolf King said, "No wonder, the exit can't be underwater." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Look again." One man and one wolf searched the bottom of the lake again, but still found nothing. Wolf King said helplessly, "Give up now." Qin Feiyang stood on a pile of gravel, his brows tightly knitted. If the exit was not here, then it would be troublesome. The Forgotten Land was vast and boundless. Finding an exit was like finding a needle in a haystack. Wolf King suddenly said, "Little Qin Zi, what if there is no exit?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." He didn't want to be trapped in this place for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the gravel under his feet moved. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked down, but there was nothing unusual. Was it an illusion? Just when he was about to believe that it was an illusion, the gravel under his feet moved again. What's going on? Wolf King also noticed it, and his eyes were full of surprise. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and bent down to grab the gravel. But at this moment, all the gravel began to move. Wolf King hurriedly took Qin Feiyang and retreated. Crash! Bang! 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 Just as they retreated, the pile of gravel collapsed in an instant and rolled to both sides. Pieces of mud rose and dyed the lake water extremely muddy. A man and a wolf caught a white shadow in the muddy water. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound. But soon, the movement disappeared. The mud in the lake water also slowly settled. When the lake water cleared and they saw what was in front of them, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't help but change their expressions. Between the mud and gravel, there was a huge monster lying quietly. It was the head of a snow python, but compared to the three they encountered before, this snow python was much bigger. Its head was as thick as a dustpan. They didn't know the length because they could only see 3 or 4 meters away. However, judging from its sturdy body, this snow python was definitely not less than 10 meters long. "Little Qin Zi, I can't see through this guy's cultivation." Wolf King transmitted his voice. His tone was very serious. This snow python didn't emit any aura. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed it here. However, it gave Qin Feiyang and Wolf King an extremely strong sense of danger. Qin Feiyang observed for a moment. He found that the snow python's eyes were closed and it was motionless. Its breathing and heartbeat were also very stable. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "It should be sleeping. It just turned over." Wolf King heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, "This guy's strength has obviously surpassed the War Emperor. Don't you think it's strange that it's hiding here?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat as he asked in surprise, "What do you mean? What could it be guarding? It's even possible that there's some treasure hidden here." At the mention of treasures, the Wolf King's eyes glowed green. "Treasure?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the snow python, his eyes flickering. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and find it," the Wolf King urged, his saliva dripping down. "Okay, let's find it." Qin Feiyang nodded. It was better to believe it than not to believe it. What if there was really some treasure? A man and a wolf followed the snow python's huge body and searched all the way down. They found the snow python's tail. In the end, they didn't find anything except gravel and mud. "You dare to make me happy for nothing?" Wolf King was very unhappy. He slapped the snow python's tail with his claws. The snow python's huge body suddenly shook. Its huge tail suddenly rose and swept towards the man and the wolf. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He hurriedly took Wolf King to hide in the castle. After entering the castle, Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King. Was this thing something they could provoke? Chapter 403. Wolf King also realized that he had made a big mistake. He smiled embarrassedly. "I was impulsive and couldn't hold back. Sorry." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and listened carefully to the movements outside. Boom! A loud noise came into the castle. It must be the sound of the snow python's huge tail hitting the bottom of the lake. Then, it was quiet outside. It seems that it didn't wake up. Qin Feiyang whispered. It made sense. For such a huge creature, Wolf King's claw just now was just tickling it. Don't mess around. After waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang warned Wolf King and appeared at the bottom of the lake again with Wolf King. A pitch-black ditch immediately entered their line of sight. It was obviously caused by the snow python's huge tail. Qin Feiyang looked at the ditch and his pupils shrank slightly. He whispered, "Let's go up quickly. Let's look again." Wolf King was a little unwilling. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. A man and a wolf followed the snow python's huge tail and came to the side of the snow python's head. It seems that I really thought too much. Wolf King shook his head and sighed. With eyes full of disappointment, he rolled up Qin Feiyang and swept towards the surface of the water. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shouted, "Wait!" Wolf King's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Did you find some treasure?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. If this goes on, this ruffian wolf will definitely become a little money grubber. He lowered his head and looked at the ground next to the snow python's head. Just now when Wolf King hit it with his claw, it turned over again. The place that was originally blocked by its head was now completely exposed. There was still a layer of mud on the ground. However, in the middle of the mud, there was a very neat square mark. Qin Feiyang looked at it and felt a little strange. If it was accidentally caused, the shape wouldn't be so neat. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Let's go down and take a look." The Wolf King landed in front of the mark with him. Qin Feiyang bent down and wiped off the mud on his clothes. His eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly stretched out his other hand and used both hands to carefully scrape away the mud. "What are you doing?" Wolf King was puzzled. "Shh." Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture. When all the sludge was cleared, a secret door entered his sight. There's actually another secret. Wolf King's eyes widened and his saliva flowed out. Needless to say, there must be some kind of treasure hidden under this secret door. Qin Feiyang glanced at the secret door and then glanced at the snow python. He seemed to have understood something. The snow python's head was pressed against the secret door. After 2 flips, the secret door was exposed. At the same time, because he flipped over, he stirred up the mud in other places. When the sludge settled down and landed on the secret door, it formed a mark around the edges of the secret door. In other words, if Wolf King hadn't patted it with his paw, this secret door would have been sealed at the bottom of the lake forever. He didn't expect that the ruffian wolf, who almost caused a disaster, would be a great help instead. "What are you thinking? Go down quickly," Wolf King said impatiently. "What's the hurry? What if it's not a treasure but a devil's den below? If we rush in like this, won't we be courting death?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "You're so long-winded." Wolf King pushed him away. He clasped the edge of the secret door with his paw and pulled it up forcefully. The secret door suddenly opened. It was pitch black inside. Splash! The lake water, mixed with mud, poured into it. At the same time, the snow python next to him also suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were extremely gloomy and cold. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. He went into the secret door without hesitation. Wolf King also followed closely behind. After a man and a wolf went in, the secret door was closed with a bang under the water pressure. Bang! In the endless darkness, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that he had fallen onto a hard rock. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He was extremely sore. "It's so soft. What the hell is this?" The Wolf King's bewildered voice reverberated in the air. It meant that this was a sealed space. "Nonsense. You're on top of me. Of course it's soft." Qin Feiyang's angry roar followed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to use you as a meat cushion." Wolf King laughed. He waved his paw and a golden battle aura emerged, shining in all directions. What entered their sight was a cave. It was very humid and cold. It gave off a gloomy feeling. And at the top of the cave, which was dozens of meters high, they could clearly see a secret door. At the edge of the secret door, there was still residual lake water dripping down continuously. Why didn't that snow python come in? Wolf King stood on Qin Feiyang's chest. He looked up at the secret door with a surprised expression. Can you go down first? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Did he not see that he was still lying on the ground with his limbs spread out? Hey, sorry. Wolf King grinned and jumped to the ground. Qin Feiyang got up. His flaming battle aura surged and evaporated the lake water on his body. At the same time, the Wolf King turned around and looked behind him. His eyes were immediately stunned. He stretched out his little paw and pulled Qin Feiyang's pants. Little Qin Zi, look at that. What is that? What? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be some ferocious beasts lurking here? He slowly turned around to look. At that moment, his face was filled with ecstasy. It was not a ferocious beast. This was the bottom of the cave. It was about 100 feet deep. And dozens of meters in front of him, which was the center of the cave, stood a blood-red altar. That altar, whether it was size or shape, was exactly the same as the altar in Butterfly Valley. In other words, this was most likely the exit. Damn it. Suddenly, Wolf King roared. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why is there no treasure? Isn't it equivalent to working hard for half a day in vain?" Wolf King said angrily. A row of black lines suddenly appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. "I'll endure it." He took a deep breath and walked to the blood-red altar, frowning slightly. He remembered that before coming here, the ugly old woman used battle aura to revive. And at that time, she looked very strained. The ugly old woman was very strong, but even she was having such a hard time. With his and the Wolf King's strength, would they be able to revive the altar? Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King and said angrily, "Don't look like you're half dead. Hurry up and try. Can you revive the altar?" Wolf King pursed its lips, and its eyes suddenly lit up. "Little Qin Zi, the snow python is so strong. It must have treasures on it. Why don't we wait until we get its treasures before leaving?" It said excitedly. Qin Feiyang immediately gave it a knock on the head and shouted, "Hurry up. You know how strong the snow python is, but you still want to provoke it. Are you tired of living? Boring." Wolf King groaned and walked to the altar. With a wave of its little paw, battle aura emerged and flowed toward the altar. The altar suddenly emitted a ray of bloodlight. But it was still far from being revived. 100 breaths passed. The altar was still not fully revived. "I'm the peerless wolf god. Can't I do anything to you?" Wolf King also became angry. The battle aura in its sea of chi poured out without reservation. However, the blood-colored altar still could not be completely revived. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Flaming battle aura, purple gold dragon aura, and red sword aura all emerged and rushed toward the altar. At the same time, with a thought, he took Fatso and the pangolin out and shouted, "Help!" The man and the beast glanced at the underground cave in surprise and were about to ask, but when they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they immediately mobilized their battle aura and poured it into the altar. Another 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's faces began to turn pale. Wolf King and the pangolin also showed a trace of weakness in their eyes. Fatso shouted, "Boss, it's not working. With our strength, there's no way to revive it. What should we do?" Wolf King and the pangolin were also a little out of their wits. Boom! All of a sudden, a muffled noise came from above the secret door. The two men and two beasts looked over at the same time. "Get out of the way immediately and I'll spare your life." All of a sudden, a woman's angry shout came in. "It's her." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This was the madam's voice. Fatso said in surprise, "How did she find this place?" Qin Feiyang frowned. This matter was indeed a little strange. He did not tell anyone that he came here. Logically speaking, this woman should definitely not know his whereabouts. This is a forbidden area, no trespassing, scram. At this moment, another woman's voice sounded, filled with a supreme majesty. "Who is this?" Wolf King was shocked. This was not the madam's voice, nor was it the pagoda master's voice. Could it be that somewhere in the ice lake, there was still a peerless powerhouse lurking? Qin Feiyang said, "Don't care who it is, hurry up and revive the altar." If they were caught by the madam, they would probably never have the chance to leave the Forgotten Land. However, their battle chi was about to be exhausted, and they could not completely revive the altar. The pangolin said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, hurry up and think of a way, I don't want to die here." "Yeah." Fatso shouted, "Fat Lord is not married yet, we can't let him fall into the hands of that woman." "Shut up." Qin Feiyang shouted, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Boom. Bang bang bang. Outside, a series of earth-shattering noises kept coming in. The underground cave trembled violently. "I don't know if this method will work," Qin Feiyang mumbled. With a wave of his hand, a battle chi pill appeared, shining with a dazzling light, and flew toward the altar. The energy of the battle chi pill could replenish battle chi. Perhaps it could also be used to revive the altar. Under Qin Feiyang's nervous gaze, the battle chi pill landed on the altar and immediately shattered, turning into a pure energy that was absorbed by the altar. "It works." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Hurry up and throw in all your battle chi pills." Hearing that, Fatso and Wolf King took out their battle chi pills. There were 5 elixir patterns. There was 1 elixir pattern. There were also those without elixir patterns. The battle chi pills without elixir patterns were all looted from the treasure vault of the trading pavilion, the He tribe, and the Liu tribe. There were a total of 300,000 to 400,000. A large number of them were thrown toward the altar. Buzz. The blood-colored altar shone brightly in an instant, and finally fully revived. Chapter 404. Just as Qin Feiyang and the others stepped onto the blood-colored altar, the secret door at the top of the stone cave opened. The lake water poured down. A white figure descended into the grotto. It was that mysterious lady. She looked at the altar, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said gloomily, "Where do you want to go?" Qin Feiyang and the others did not answer. The blood-red light of the altar shone brightly, and their figures were quickly fading. "Looks like I've cultivated a few white-eyed wolf. Since that's the case, I'll kill you with my own hands." The lady was furious, her index finger pointed in the air, and battle chi gushed out from her fingertip. Quick, quick, quick. Qin Feiyang was anxious. He wished he could be teleported away immediately. At this moment, the secret door opened again. A white light flashed into the grotto. It was a snow python, but it was only as thick as an arm, and a meter long. Its entire body was snow-white, as if it was carved from a piece of jade, shining with a hazy light. "Trespassers will be killed without mercy." The snow python roared, and rushed towards the lady like lightning. "It's her voice." Qin Feiyang was stunned. So the second voice that sounded out before was this snow python. The lady's gaze darkened, and she had to change her target, pointing at the snow python. Battle chi was like a rainbow, and it collided with the snow python. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others' figures completely faded, and disappeared without a trace. The light of the blood-red altar also quickly dimmed. "Damn it." Seeing this, the lady cursed, looked at the snow python, and said angrily, "Why didn't you stop them? Although they sneaked in while I was asleep, they didn't force their way in like you did. Moreover, they're not from the Forgotten Continent, leaving is only a matter of time." The snow python said coldly, "What? Not from the Forgotten Continent?" The lady's gaze trembled, and said in surprise, "Could they be from that continent?" "That's right. I know your identity. I don't want to target you now, leave quickly," the snow python said. The madam's pupils shrank. She took a deep look at the blood-colored altar, then turned into a stream of light, opened the secret door, and quickly left. "Qin Feiyang, what an interesting little fellow, but if I'm targeted by this woman, I won't have any peaceful days in the future," the snow python muttered to itself. With a glint in its eyes, it left the cave as well. Soon, the cave fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, above the grove in Butterfly Valley, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin appeared out of nowhere. Wolf King waved its claws and released its battle aura, lifting Qin Feiyang and the others into the air. Looking at the familiar scene below, he could not help but feel joy in his eyes. Fortunately, the snow python came in time. Otherwise, the situation would have been very bad. But suddenly, Qin Fei Yang remembered the ugly old woman and shouted at Wolf King, "Retreat! Retreat!" Wolf King was stunned for a moment before he understood. He immediately turned around and flew towards the sea of flowers. "Even if you don't want to see me, you should at least say hello before leaving." But at this time, the hoarse voice of a figure sounded. Following closely, the ugly old woman rushed out of the grove and stood in front of Qin Fei Yang and the others. "Damned old witch!" Wolf King cursed in his heart, then quickly turned around and fled towards the back. The ugly old woman sneered, "Qin Fei Yang, don't you want the antidote?" Wolf King roared, "Want your sister, scram as far as you can, shua." The ugly old woman flashed a few times and stood in front of Qin Fei Yang and the others. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. "Fuck, are you done yet?" Wolf King was furious. He turned in the air and continued to flee. Qin Fei Yang sighed, "Stop, you won't be able to escape." Wolf King stopped in mid-air, glared at the ugly old woman, and shouted, "Old witch, brother is telling you, don't go too far." The ugly old woman said, "Cut the crap, hand over the heavenly thunder flame." "I didn't get it." Qin Fei Yang shook his head. The ugly old woman frowned and said in a deep voice, "You really didn't get it? Or do you want to take it for yourself? The owner of the heavenly thunder flame is an expert that surpasses the war emperor. How do you want us to snatch it? If you have the ability, then go. Ugly people do more strange things." This sentence is indeed true. Qin Fei Yang shouted angrily. His face was full of ridicule. Without the black fiend poison, he wasn't afraid of this old witch. "Do you want to die?" The ugly old woman's gaze turned cold. Qin Fei Yang sneered, "I want to, but do you have the ability?" The ugly old woman stared at him gloomily, and suddenly laughed, "If you don't bring back the heavenly thunder flame, then don't get the antidote." "TSK, who cares about your antidote?" Fatso disdained. Wolf King waved his claws and said impatiently, "Don't waste your breath with her, just send a message to little girl Ren and ask her grandfather to come and save us." The ugly old woman's eyes flashed, and she asked, "You really didn't get the heavenly thunder flame? Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Qin Fei Yang shrugged his shoulders. "You have a personality, kid. In that case, you've also cured the black fiend poison?" The ugly old woman said. Qin Fei Yang nodded, "That's right, what else can you use to threaten me now?" "Hehe," the ugly old woman laughed. Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other. Was this old witch stupid? Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate. The two men and two beasts rushed in at lightning speed, and the next moment, they appeared in a valley. "We've finally escaped." Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin immediately collapsed to the ground, patting their chests with lingering fear. Qin Fei Yang also heaved a long sigh of relief. The ugly old woman was too strong. If they had not escaped in time, they would have been trapped in the Butterfly Valley for the rest of their lives. Fatso got up, looked around, and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" "Don't you remember? This is the lair of the pangolin." Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. This was where they found the pangolin back then. If they had not come to look for the pangolin back then, none of this would have happened. For a moment, Fatso was also filled with emotions. Wolf King soared into the air and looked in the direction of the city. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "It's time to go back and deal with the Dong family. Little follower, see you later." The pangolin hurriedly said, "Don't, this king will follow you in the future. In your dreams." Fatso glanced at it with disdain. If it weren't for the potential pill, this guy might have slipped away long ago. "Brother Qin Dage, my dear big brother, can you be so merciful and do a good deed and take me in?" Wolf King and Fatso both disagreed. The pangolin could only run to Qin Fei Yang and hug Qin Fei Yang's thigh, looking at him with tears in his eyes. Qin Fei Yang's face twitched, and said with a straight face, "Didn't you think of ways to escape?" At that time, this king was blind. More importantly, this king didn't have any feelings for you at that time. But after 7 months of being together, this king realized that I can't leave you. The pangolin said with snot and tears. Like a child about to be abandoned, he looked extremely pitiful. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Do you think we're idiots? Who doesn't know that you can't leave the potential pill? Wolf King and Fatso rolled their eyes. He kept saying gentleman all day long, but he was actually more cunning than anyone else. I'm not talking to you, why are you interrupting? His lie was exposed, and the pangolin could not help but stare at the man and wolf angrily. Qin Feiyong pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not impossible to take you in. The pangolin perked up and hurriedly said, what are your conditions? Just say it. I don't care how you usually mess around, but when your life is at stake, you have to be with us and advance and retreat together, Qin Feiyong said. The pangolin patted his chest and said solemnly, of course. It's useless to say this. I want to see your actions in the future. You have to remember this. If I can nurture you, I can also destroy you, Qin Feiyong said. The pangolin shrunk his neck and nodded. If there comes a day when this king really betrays everyone, you don't have to be polite. Just kill this king directly. If that really happens, it would be too easy for you to just kill you directly. At that time, you will have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. Wolf King sneered. No resentment, no regret. The pangolin nodded and said firmly, word by word. All right then, go into seclusion in the castle and break through to the 9-star battle monarch realm before coming out. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and sent the pangolin into the castle. Fatso said, Boss, how do you plan to deal with the Dong family? Wolf King shouted, nonsense, of course I'll kill them all. Do you think it's realistic? Fatso rolled his eyes. No matter how wrong the Dong family was, it was still one of the most powerful families in the city. Even if the mansion master agreed, they did not have the ability to do so. Let's ask about the situation first. Qin Feiyong took out the image crystal and sent a message to Yang Nanshan. Soon, Yang Nanshan's illusory figure appeared. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyong, Yang Nanshan immediately roared, Bastard, you still know to send me a message. Qin Feiyong smiled embarrassedly. What are you laughing at? Is it very funny? You've been missing for 7 months. Do you know how worried I was? I was afraid that something would happen to you. Every morning, I would send you a message on time. What are you doing? Why don't you respond and tell me that you're safe? Are you that busy? Yang Nanshan immediately let loose a torrent of curses. Qin Feiyong smiled bitterly. He did not interrupt. He would talk after Yang Nanshan was done scolding him. In fact, he was very touched in his heart. Because the more Yang Nanshan scolded him, the more it meant that he cared about him. After scolding him for more than 100 breaths, Yang Nanshan finally calmed down and asked, Tell me, where have you been for the past 7 months? It's a long story. When I return to the sacred palace, I'll tell you slowly. Tell me about the Dong family first. Qin Feiyong said with a smile. The Dong family has been causing trouble for 2 months. Seeing that you didn't appear for a long time, they slowly stopped. Now everyone thinks that you're dead. The treasure pavilion has already cancelled the ban on the Lu family. But now that you've suddenly appeared, I'm afraid the Dong family will cause trouble again. Yang Nanshan looked a little worried. Chapter 405. Seeing Qin Feiyong so confident, Yang Nanshan let out a sigh of relief and asked, Do you have a plan? Qin Feiyong replied, Uncle Yang, I want you to spread the news of my appearance. Spread? Yang Nanshan frowned. It's not to spread, just to tell Steward Dong. At this point, Qin Feiyong hesitated for a bit, then smiled faintly, Forget it, I'll arrange it myself. You just wait for my good news in the temple. Yang Nanshan rolled his eyes, what a flaunting brat. But then again, I don't have time to meddle in your business. No time. Qin Feiyong was stunned. Wasn't managing the resource hall very free? Yang Nanshan replied, You still don't know, but the temple's great gathering has already begun. I have to supervise them. The temple's great gathering? Qin Feiyong, Fatso, and Wolf King looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. What kind of competition is this? Didn't it start a month ago? Why hasn't it ended yet? Qin Feiyong asked suspiciously. How can it be so fast? All temple's disciples can participate, but there's only one arena. The top 100 have only just been decided. I'm afraid it'll be half a month before the end of the competition. Right, the rewards this time are pretty good. Why don't you all participate too? Yang Nanshan said. Fatso's eyes lit up, asking, what rewards? First place, a potential pill. Second place, a high-grade auxiliary battle art. Third place, a high-grade slaughter battle art. Fourth to 10th place, all of them are mid-grade battle arts. And the top 10, as long as they break through to the combat emperor stage, can directly enter the inner temple. That's equivalent to getting a reserved spot in the inner temple in advance. Yang Nanshan smiled. Wolf King said disdainfully, TCH, and I thought it was some kind of reward. Fatty chimed in, that's more like it's enough to get rid of beggars. Yang Nanshan's face twitched. You're not satisfied with a superior battle art? Qin Feiyang asked, where did the potential pill come from? Didn't you give Zhun Bao Pavilion 2 last time? The Lu family got one, and so did our temple. Yang Nanshan said. Fatso pursed his lips and said, it's something that we don't want, but they treat it as a treasure. How funny. Yang Nanshan could not help but smile bitterly. The potential elixir was something that even he yearned for, let alone the disciples of the temple. However, the three little bastards had looks of disdain on their faces. How could he, and the rest of the world, endure such an attitude? Yang Nanshan said helplessly, this is too much of a blow. I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. If there's anything, send me a message. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Uncle Yang, wait a moment. Give me the coordinates of the Dong family. Coordinates? Yang Nanshan looked at him suspiciously. After telling Qin Feiyang the coordinates, he turned off the image crystal. Fatso chuckled, then suddenly frowned and asked, Boss, didn't you give Yang Nanshan the potential elixir? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, I think I only gave him the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. I didn't give him the potential elixir. He's so good to us. Now that we can't use up the potential elixir, we might as well help him open the door of potential. Fatso said. I wouldn't agree with the others, but I agree with Yang Nanshan. Wolf King said. I didn't think of it before. When we go back, I'll give it to him immediately. Qin Feiyang nodded. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of someone. Battle Chi surged into the image crystal. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared. She was Ren Wushuang. As soon as she saw Qin Feiyang, Ren Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened. She said in surprise, Feiyang, is it really you? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Sis, it's only been a few months since we last met. Why don't you recognize me? Bastard brat, Ren Wushuang was furious. Without a doubt. Qin Feiyang was fiercely reprimanded again. A moment later, Qin Feiyang looked at Ren Wushuang helplessly and said, Sis, are you done scolding? If you're done scolding, let's talk about business. Not enough. Tell me the coordinates and I'll go find you immediately. Ren Wushuang gritted her teeth. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The tigress was about to flip out. Cough cough. He coughed dryly and asked, Sis, have you taken the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir? What? You want to go back? No way, don't try to change the topic, give me the coordinate. Ren Wushuang shouted angrily, her two pure white hands were clenched into fists, and her eyes were extremely ferocious. No, what I mean is, if you didn't take it, I'll give you another Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically, not mentioning a single word about the coordinates. Why do you have to give it to me separately? Ren Wushuang frowned. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Can you answer me first? Ren Wushuang said, I'm going to take it when I'm an 8-star war emperor, so the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir is still here. Qin Feiyang asked, Then how many stars of war emperor are you now? Ren Wushuang said, 2 stars. You only broke through 1 star? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He remembered that when he came out of the ruins, Ren Wushuang was a 1-star war emperor. Counting carefully, more than a year had passed since then, but when he thought of this, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a bitter smile. It wasn't easy to break through every small realm of the war emperor realm. To break through a small realm in more than a year's time, for someone who hadn't unlocked the door of potential, it was simply impossible. This was enough to show that Ren Wushuang's talent was extremely astonishing. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been delayed in the ruins for so many years, she might already be a war master. Give the Juku yellow dragon elixir on you to the lion-head eagle. After I finish dealing with the matters at hand and return to the temple, I'll give you another one. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he immediately turned off the image crystal, so as to avoid being lectured any further. Fatso gloated, "Boss, so you have someone you're afraid of. You dare to say that you're not afraid of her?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you a mission. Speak." Fatso's face turned solemn, and he immediately put away his playful heart. Qin Feiyang said, "Disguise yourself and go to the Dong family, bring Steward Dong here for me, but it's best not to alert anyone else. It's a small matter." Fatso smiled confidently, consumed an illusory form pill, and turned into a middle-aged brawny man. He then opened a teleportation gate and quickly left. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King discussed for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to meditate. In front of the Dong family's main gate, Shua, Fatso appeared out of thin air. "Who are you?" the 4 guards shouted. They all had the strength of a 9-star war king. Fatso looked at the 2 sides of the street sneakily, and said in a low voice, "I want to see your butler." The 4 of them looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. One of them asked, "Is there something you need from our butler?" "Of course there's something, and it's a big deal. Hurry up and bring me there. If there's any delay, none of you will have a good time," Fatso bellowed. Seeing his serious expression, the 4 guards were shocked. "Follow me." One of the guards immediately turned around and ran inside with Fatso. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived in front of a courtyard. Steward Dong was sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and basking in the sun, looking extremely relaxed. The guard said respectfully, "Steward, this person is looking for you for an urgent matter." Steward Dong was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the 2 of them, and his eyes locked onto Fatso. He asked, "What is it?" "That." Fatso looked at the guard and evaded. Steward Dong waved his hand and said, "You may leave." "Yes." The guard bowed and left. Steward Dong then said to Fatso, "Come in and talk." Fatso walked into the courtyard and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, this news is very important. You have to give me something in return before I can tell you." Steward Dong raised his eyebrows, put down the teapot, and said, "In the state capital, no one dares to negotiate with me." He paused for a moment and added, "However, if the information you say is indeed useful to me, I will consider giving you some compensation." Fatso said, "Qin Feiyang." "What?" Steward Dong could not sit still when he heard this name. Fatso said, "When I was hunting outside the city, I saw Qin Feiyang and that ruffian wolf." "Where are they?" Steward Dong grabbed Fatso's clothes, his old eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. "This, sir, look." Fatso rubbed his fingers, his face full of flattery. Steward Dong frowned and let go. "Are you sure it's them? You have to know that lying to me will cost you your life." Fatso nodded. "I dare to use my head to guarantee it." Overjoyed, Steward Dong laughed. "All right, follow me to meet the family head immediately. At that time, the family head will definitely reward you handsomely." Don't. Fatso said hurriedly. "What do you mean?" Steward Dong frowned. "Sir, think about it. If you tell the Dong family head now, you won't get any credit. On the contrary, if my lord were to first capture Qin Feiyang and that ruffian wolf, and then deliver them to the Dong family's patriarch, that would be a great merit," Fatso said. "Ah." Steward Dong looked at Fatso in surprise and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so smart." Hee. Fatso smiled obsequiously. "I only hope that you can take care of me in the future, sir. All right, after this matter is done, you can stay by my side. I'll guarantee you a meteoric rise." Steward Dong laughed. However, a cold killing intent flashed through the depths of his old eyes. "Thank you, sir." The fatty bowed and said with a smile, as if he was overwhelmed by the favor and moved to tears. Steward Dong said, "Take me there quickly." Fatso immediately told Steward Dong the coordinates of the valley. Steward Dong took out a teleportation door and quickly opened it. Then, he grabbed Fatso and walked in. In the next moment, The two of them descended into the valley. When he saw Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged not far in front of him, his entire body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. Qin Feiyang's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stood up, looked at Steward Dong in shock and anger, and said in disbelief, "How did you find this place?" But if one looked carefully, they would notice that his left hand was hidden in his sleeve. Steward Dong sneered, "Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from this old man's palm. What do you want?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "What do you think? You killed the third young master, of course you have to pay with your blood." Steward Dong laughed sinisterly. "Bullshit. Back then, it was clearly you and Dong Zheng who wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. Now you're biting back. Do you have any shame?" Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. "So what? Now everyone only knows that you killed the third young master. Even if you tell the truth, no one will believe you. Even the sacred temple can't protect you now. Don't struggle, obediently follow this old man, maybe you can save your life, or leave an intact corpse." The corner of Steward Dong's mouth raised, with a hint of ridicule. He, Qin Feiyang laughed. Wolf King also laughed. Chapter 406. When Steward Dong saw this situation, a sense of unease rose in his heart. "Thank you very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to clear my name," Qin Feiyang said with a chuckle. He stretched out his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. There was an image crystal in his hand. "Damn it." Butler Dong's expression changed. "Hehe, do you think Fat Lord will be so kind as to let you go?" Fatso laughed sinisterly. He took the facial restoration pill and quickly regained his original appearance. "It's you." Butler Dong's gaze trembled. Only now did he realize that this was a trap. "Your words just now are enough to ruin the Dong family's reputation, but then again, you're an old fox. Why are you so stupid?" Fatso laughed mockingly. Steward Dong's aged hands were tightly clenched together. But suddenly, he laughed again. "So what if I have evidence? With the strength of you little bastards, do you think you can make it back to the city alive?" Boom. After saying that, a powerful aura roared out from his body. He took a step forward, carrying a murderous aura, and charged towards the two men and the wolf. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He asked, "How's your strength?" "2-star combat emperor." Wolf King grinned. A butler is a 2-star combat emperor. The Dong family's strength should not be underestimated. Fatso, take some time to investigate the Dong family and the Shao family. Qin Feiyang whispered. He knew the basic situation of the Lu family, but he knew nothing about the Dong family and the Shao family. Understood. Fatso nodded. "Investigate us? Haha, wait until you're alive." Butler Dong laughed out of anger. In the face of his attack, the two men and the wolf did not run away. Instead, they spoke with conviction. They simply did not put him in their eyes. "Old thing, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wolf King's eyes flashed fiercely. He used the air escape step and arrived in front of Butler Dong at lightning speed. He clawed at his chest. Puff. Butler Dong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His old body flew out horizontally and smashed into a huge mountain behind him. Rumble. A huge hole immediately appeared on the mountain peak. "Don't kill him," Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh. Wolf King turned into a streak of light and flew into the hole. He then grabbed Butler Dong and flew out. However, at this moment, Steward Dong had completely lost his previous arrogance. His hair was disheveled, his face dirty, and his entire chest caved in. Blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. His old face was also filled with disbelief. It had only been 7 months. How had this ruffian wolf become so strong? Qin Feiyang said, "Cripple him." "Old bastard, you didn't think that you would have a day like this, did you?" Fatso sneered. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into Steward Dong's chi-si. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused Butler Dong to howl miserably. Fatso took out another healing pill and threw it into Butler Dong's mouth to keep him alive. Wolf King threw Butler Dong to the ground and asked, "Little Qin Zi, what's next?" "Let's go to the treasure pavilion first and find Yin Yuanming." Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and sent Butler Dong into the ancient castle. Then, he opened a teleportation door. Then, 2 people and a wolf strode in. East City. The lounge of the treasure pavilion. 2 people and a wolf appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang glanced around the lounge. Everything was still the same as before. There were no changes at all. But Yin Yuanming was not in the lounge. Fatso said, "Fat Lord, go find him." "No need. Anyway, we're not in a hurry now. Let's wait for a while." Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the tea table, and boiled water to make tea as if it was his own home. In fact, he didn't want others to know that he had returned too early. Because it was too boring. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he would amaze the world. At the same time, in the VIP room, Yin Yuanming and Patriarch Lu sat opposite each other. Yin Yuanming made tea and smiled. "Patriarch Lu, why are you here in person?" Patriarch Lu said, "This patriarch is here to discuss something with Steward Yin face to face." Yin Yuanming raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Patriarch Lu, just say what you want to say." "All right then, I won't beat around the bush. I hope that in the future, all the herbs purchased by the Lu family in the treasure pavilion will be half price." Butler Lu said with a smile. "Half price." Yin Yuanming's eyes trembled, and a strong anger surged in his heart. Since the ban was lifted, the Lu family didn't restrain themselves. Instead, they took the opportunity to threaten the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang went missing, so no one provided the treasure pavilion with supreme-grade elixirs. And in the entire city, only Murong Jing and Lu Xingchen were supreme-grade alchemists. Murong Jing never refined elixirs to outsiders. So now the treasure pavilion could only count on Lu Xingchen. Patriarch Lu saw this point and came to threaten the treasure pavilion. If they didn't give a discount, the Lu family would refuse to provide supreme-grade elixirs to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion had no choice but to give them a 10% discount. But unexpectedly, the Lu family wasn't satisfied and still wanted half price. This was simply a loss-making business. "Manager Yin, don't look so unhappy. Yuzhen Bao Pavilion asked for this. If you didn't ban the Lu family back then, I wouldn't be making things difficult for you now." There was a faint smile on Patriarch Lu's face, looking immensely pleased with himself. Butler Yin held back his anger and shook his head. "Half price is impossible. At most, I'll give the Lu family a 15% discount." Patriarch Lu said, "If I say half price, then it's half price. There's no room for negotiation. Don't go too far." Butler Yin stood up abruptly, and the anger in his heart exploded. "This patriarch learned it from you. Back then, the Lu family had begged you a lot, but did you lift the ban on the treasure pavilion? If it wasn't for that little bastard Qin Feiyang's mysterious death, I'm afraid your precious treasure pavilion would still be banning my Lu clan." Patriarch Lu sneered. "Phew." Butler Yin clenched his fists and took a deep breath. "I can't make this decision. I need to discuss it with the pavilion leader first. Then take your time to discuss it. I'll wait for your decision." Clan leader Lu said indifferently. Then, he got up and left with a bright smile. Damn bastard. If that bastard Qin Feiyang was still alive, the Lu family would have a chance to be arrogant. After Patriarch Lu left, Yin Yuanming couldn't help but hit the tea table angrily. Crack. The tea table broke. At this time, Qin Deity walked into the VIP room and said in a low voice, "Butler, we can't let the Lu family continue to be so arrogant." Butler Yin said, "How was your talk with Murong Jing?" Qin Deity shook her head. The treasure pavilion didn't want to be passive either. Therefore, Yin Yuanming asked Qin Deity to find Murong Jing and persuade her to cooperate with the treasure pavilion no matter what. But no matter what Qin Deity said, Murong Jing was unwilling to cooperate. "What should we do now?" Yin Yuanming sat on the chair weakly, his face full of worry. If only Qin Feiyang wasn't dead. Qin Deity sighed. "Don't count on a dead man. Continue to find Murong Jing. No matter what it takes, you have to make her agree. I'm going to rest for a while." Yin Yuanming got up and walked to the lounge. His old face was full of fatigue. When he came to the lounge, he was stunned. Why was there a sound in the lounge? How dare you barge in without my permission? How dare you? He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he saw someone barging in, he couldn't control his anger. Bang! He kicked the door open and yelled, "You guys are too audacious, But the next moment, he froze. Qin Fei Yang, Fatso, and Wolf King looked up and were stunned. Why did he look so angry? Manager, what's wrong? Qin Deity heard the noise and immediately ran over in surprise. When she came to the door and saw two people and a wolf in the lounge, she was also stunned. Manager, misty, what's going on? Soon. A few more guards ran over in a hurry. Yin Yuanming shivered and came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, nothing, you can leave. The guards stopped and looked at each other. Yin Yuanming said, also, tell them that I'm going to entertain the guests and not see anyone. Yes. The guards responded respectfully, bowing and retreating with their heads full of doubts. Yin Yuanming stepped into the lounge and said, Deity, close the door. Bang! Qin Deity closed the door and stood beside Yin Yuanming, looking at the two people and the wolf in disbelief. Was this a dream? Qin Fei Yang picked up the teacup and tasted it. He smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be so surprised when old friends meet. Yin Yuanming ignored him and whispered, Deity, pinch me and see if I'm seeing things. Is this okay? Qin Deity was stunned. Hurry up. Yin Yuanming shouted. Qin Deity reached out and pinched Yin Yuanming's arm hard. Gasp. Immediately, Yin Yuanming gasped in pain. But the pain was instantly replaced by ecstasy. It was not a dream. It was real. This bastard brat was back. He stepped in front of Qin Fei Yang and was about to speak. But at this moment, Qin Di walked up and whispered a few words in his ear. Makes sense. Yin Yuanming nodded and quickly took out a Heaven's Eye stone. He said to Qin Fei Yang, come and verify your identity. Puff. Qin Fei Yang spat out the tea in his mouth and his face twitched. Qin Di said, young Master Qin, this is sudden. We have to confirm it. Please understand. All right. Qin Fei Yang stood up and pressed his arm on the Heaven's Eye stone. A moment later, the Heaven's Eye stone did not move at all. Qin Fei Yang did not change either. It was enough to prove that the person in front of him was really Qin Fei Yang, who had been missing for 7 months. Brat, you're finally back. Where have you been fooling around for the past 6 months? Yin Yuanming was so excited that his body was trembling. Qin Deity was the same. Chapter 407. Steward Yin, you're not young. You need to be steady. We won't be responsible if you die of exhaustion because of too much excitement. Fatso sneered. Get lost. I'm still young. How can I die of exhaustion? Don't curse me. Yin Yuanming's face darkened as he glared at Fatso. You're still young? Fatso was speechless. Yin Yuanming said, don't change the topic. Tell me, where have you been in the past few months? It's a long story. I'm afraid it won't be finished even after 10 days and nights. Are you sure you want us to tell you? Fatso grinned. Yin Yuanming and Qin Deity looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Qin Deity said, by the way, steward, are we still going to find Murongjing? Haha, is there a need? Yin Yuanming laughed heartily. Indeed, there's no need. Qin Deity smiled and squatted beside the tea table to make tea. Yin Yuanming sat down beside Qin Fei Yang and looked at the two men and the wolf. He said, since you can't finish in a short time, let's not talk about it. Okay, let's get back to business. Fatso nodded and asked, why did you lift the ban on the Lu family? I knew you would ask, but you can't blame me. Yin Yuanming sighed. If the ban was not lifted, the supreme grade pills would have been out of stock. For the treasure pavilion, it was absolutely intolerable to run out of stock. Qin Fei Yang, who had been silent, finally put down the teacup. Let's not talk about the past. You said you were looking for Murongjing. What's going on? Qin Fei Yang asked. It's all because of the Lu family. Yin Yuanming immediately blew his beard and glared. Immediately, he recounted what had happened in detail. Fatso sneered, the Lu family is really arrogant. Yin Yuanming said, not only the Lu family, but the Zheng and Wang families are also colluding with the Lu family. Fatso asked suspiciously, which Zheng family and Wang family? Yin Yuanming said, it's Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei's family. They still haven't been honest. Fatso frowned. When you were in the capital, they were very obedient. However, once he heard that you all had died outside, he immediately jumped up. Moreover, he told everyone he met that they deserved to die outside and that even death couldn't wipe out their crimes. Yin Yuanming said. Then let's make them unable to jump. A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, no, since they have not learned their lesson, let them disappear from the continent's capital. Qin Jie shuddered. Although the Wang clan and the Zheng clan couldn't be compared to the Lu clan, they were still considered famous first-rate clans. There were also many war emperors in the clan. Even Zhen Bao Pavilion didn't dare to casually ask them to disappear. However, not only did that person mention it, he even spoke of it so casually. It was as if he was describing a very, very ordinary matter. This guy really hadn't changed at all. Domineering. Confidence. It made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. No. He was scarier than before. Now that Qin Feiyang was back, Yin Yuanming also felt more confident. He asked, what are your plans? What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked back. You brat, can you not throw a problem at me every time? Yin Yuanming was a little angry. Obviously, this guy wanted him to make the decision first. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, of course, there must be sincerity in a cooperation. No matter what he did, he had to seize the initiative first. Now, it wasn't that he needed Zhen Bao Pavilion, but Zhen Bao Pavilion needed him. He couldn't speak first. Of course. As long as Zhen Bao Pavilion showed sincerity, he wouldn't be stingy. Yin Yuanming glared at him fiercely. After pondering for a while, Yin Yuanming made up his mind and turned to Qin Jie, saying, immediately give the order to ban the Lu clan, Dong clan, Zheng clan, and Wang clan. Ban the Dong clan too? Qin Jie was surprised. Ban them. Yin Yuanming nodded. Phew. Qin Jie took a deep breath, got up and left quickly. Yin Yuanming said, brat, are you satisfied with Zhen Bao Pavilion's sincerity? Qin Feiyang took out a Juku yellow dragon pill and placed it on the tea table. He smiled and said, are you satisfied with my sincerity? What? This, how can there be so many pill patterns? Yin Yuanming stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This pill is called Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. It can help Battle King and Battle Emperor break through 5 small realms. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As soon as these words came out, Yin Yuanming was like a bolt from the blue, his body and mind trembled. Qin Feiyang said, this is for you as a gift for meeting again, but remember, don't tell anyone, and don't auction it. For me. Yin Yuanming was stunned and said in surprise, can it really break through 5 small realms? White-Eyed Wolf has personally tested it. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yin Yuanming looked at Wolf King, and Wolf King cooperated and released his aura. 5-star Battle Emperor. Yin Yuanming's eyes trembled, and the shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. Too shocking. This was too exciting. He put it away as if he had obtained a treasure. No. This was a treasure. If this pill were to spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath in the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. As for the other pills, wait for me to return to the Holy Palace and I will immediately refine them for you. Yin Yuanming was stunned and hurriedly said, you're leaving just like that? Fatso chuckled and said, are you still planning to treat us to a drink? Yin Yuanming said, isn't that obvious? I haven't seen you for more than half a year, of course I have to give you a welcoming party. Forget about the welcoming party. After all, I just came back, and there are still many things to deal with. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a teleportation gate. Wait. Yin Yuanming reached out to grab him and frowned, you're going back to the Holy Palace like this? Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yin Yuanming said in a deep voice, the Dong family is not to be trifled with. They will definitely attack you as soon as they see you. Now Qin Feiyang was the god of wealth of the precious treasure pavilion, and no accidents could happen to him. Don't worry, As long as the Dong family doesn't mess with us, we will let them jump around for a few more days. But if they do, we will ruin their reputation today. Fatso smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the teleportation gate. 2 men and 1 wolf walked in one after another. Meanwhile, the ban of the precious treasure pavilion was like a plague, quickly spreading in the eastern city. What's going on this time? Not only the Lu family, the Wang family, the Zheng family, and even the Dong family are banned. Strange, wasn't the precious treasure pavilion polite to the Lu family a while ago? Why did they suddenly turn hostile? If they offend the Lu family, no one will provide the precious treasure pavilion with supreme-grade pills. Who gave the precious treasure pavilion such confidence? The entire eastern city was in an uproar in an instant. And this explosive news was quickly spreading to the western city, northern city, southern city, and central city. In the lounge. As soon as the 2 men and 1 wolf left, a woman in purple clothes walked in. Yin Yuanming cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Pavilion Master. What's going on?" The woman in purple clothes frowned. She rushed over as soon as she received the news of the ban. Because this matter was too big, she couldn't sit back and do nothing. Yin Yuanming first closed the door, then walked to the woman in purple clothes and took out the Juku yellow dragon pill. "This is..." The woman in purple clothes' eyes lit up. "Pavilion Master, Qin Feiyang has returned. This medicinal pill was given to me by him," Yin Yuanming said excitedly. "When did he come back? Where is he now?" The woman in purple clothes was surprised. Yin Yuanming said, "He just left." The woman in purple clothes frowned and said, "Why didn't you inform me? I was too happy and forgot about it." Yin Yuanming smiled embarrassedly. "He's not dead. This is interesting." The woman in purple clothes' red lips lifted slightly and asked, "What's the effect of this pill?" "I heard from Qin Feiyang that it's very shocking. I'm a 5-star combat emperor now. Why don't I give it a try?" Yin Yuanming hesitated and threw the Juku yellow dragon pill into his mouth. Bang! Not long after, his aura skyrocketed. The woman in purple clothes' eyes lit up. She waved her jade-like hand lightly and battle chi emerged, sealing Yin Yuanming's aura. In the end, Yin Yuanming soared all the way to the 9-star combat emperor before stopping. Can it really work? Yin Yuanming was stunned. He could even clearly feel that he could enter the 1-star combat ancestor at any time. The woman in purple clothes was also stunned. At the same time, Patriarch Lu returned home. Before he could sit down, housekeeper Lu found him and told him about the ban of Zhenbao Pavilion. Impossible. Without Qin Feiyang, how can Zhenbao Pavilion ban us? Even if they had a few guts, they wouldn't dare. Is there a mistake in your information? Patriarch Lu's face was filled with disbelief. Right now, it's spreading like wildfire everywhere. It's definitely not wrong. Housekeeper Lu shook his head. Immediately, Patriarch Lu flew into a rage and roared, "Damned bastard, what the hell are they doing?" Housekeeper Lu frowned and said, "Could it be because of the conditions you proposed earlier that angered them?" "That's not right. If it was because I angered them, they would only ban my Lu family. It's impossible for them to ban the Jing, Wang, and Dong families as well. There must be something fishy about this. Quickly go and check it out. The sooner the better," Patriarch Lu said. "All right." Housekeeper Lu nodded and quickly left. "Who is playing tricks?" Patriarch Lu frowned. He couldn't figure it out even after racking his brains. As for the Jing, Wang, and Dong families, they were also confused. Temple. Alchemy room number 2. 2 men and a wolf appeared out of thin air. "We're back." Qin Feiyang looked at the familiar scene in front of him and felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. "Hey. When everyone sees us return, their expressions will be very interesting," Fatso said playfully. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the alchemy room. The smile on his face suddenly froze. On the stone table, there was actually an alchemy furnace. On the furnace, there was a faint layer of treasure light. Wolf King and Fatso's eyes also darkened. The alchemy room was actually occupied by someone. Wolf King said, "If I remember correctly, this alchemy furnace should be Lu Ziyuan's." Fatso frowned and said, wasn't he chased out of the temple? Zhenbao Pavilion will lift the ban on the Lu family. It's not strange that the temple will recall the disciples of the Lu family. However, not everyone is qualified to occupy my alchemy room. Chapter 408. Wolf King said fiercely, let's go cripple that bastard right now. Do you know where he is? If it were up to me, we would just sit here and wait for him to deliver himself to us. Fatso laughed sinisterly. Wolf King said disdainfully, TSK, waiting for rabbits is not my character. I think you want to go out and behave atrociously. Fatso had a look of disdain on his face. Why? You damned fatty, do you have to go against this big brother of yours? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Wolf King stared at him unkindly. Aren't you guys annoying? Qin Feiyang glared at them angrily, and said, Fatso, hurry up and organize the treasures of the 4 great tribes. White-eyed Wolf, you go and help as well. Not going. Wolf King shook his head. It's not up to you to decide. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the man and the wolf into the castle. Next. He looked at the pill furnace, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and took out a illusory form pill, casually changing its appearance. Then, he took out the clothes of a temple disciple, and after putting them on, he opened the stone door of the alchemy room and walked out. Who are you? Why are you in Senior Brother Lu's alchemy room? 2 young men were coincidentally in the corridor outside. Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, the 2 of them frowned and questioned. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked very familiar. It was 2 of the 6 9th level mental strengths. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Isn't this Senior Brother Qin's alchemy room? When did it become Senior Brother Lu's? Senior Brother Qin? Are you talking about Qin Feiyang? The 2 of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Haha, that little bastard died a long time ago. Are you a new disciple? Let me tell you, don't mention his name in front of us in the future. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The 2 of them sneered. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he said, all right, I will definitely not mention it again. May I know the names of the 2 senior martial brothers? Giorgio. Hishan. We're both at the 9th level of spiritual power. Also, don't come up here without our permission in the future. The 2 of them spoke arrogantly with their nostrils pointing to the sky. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked past the 2 of them. Giorgio, Hishan, he muttered to himself as he silently memorized these 2 names. A short while later, Qin Feiyang walked out of the Pill Fire Palace. Elder Di and Elder Li were still guarding the 2 sides of the gate. Qin Feiyang smiled at the 2 of them. He then entered the plaza and walked towards a small path. The 2 of them were slightly stunned as they looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang's back. When did this disciple come? Why don't I have any recollection of it? By the time they wanted to ask, Qin Feiyang had already entered the small path and disappeared from their sight. Qin Feiyang wanted to go to the martial arts practice field. The temple's great gathering was not over yet, so Lu Ziyuan should be at the martial stage. However, finding Lu Ziyuan was only secondary. What he really wanted to do was to use this opportunity to announce his, Qin Feiyang's, official return. On the way, Qin Feiyang encountered many temple's disciples, all discussing the temple's great gathering. He was not in a hurry, but silently listened to the discussions. Gradually, he got a general idea. The temple's great gathering was very complicated. The first step was the knockout round. The second step was to decide the top 500. The third step was to decide the top 100. The fourth step was the final battle, where the top 10 would fight for the champion's throne. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Such a troublesome competition, even if he was given a few billion, he would not be interested in participating. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. Half an hour passed. He finally arrived at the martial stage. The martial stage was very large, occupying an area of several thousand feet. There was a sea of people all around, and the noise was incessant. On the left edge of the martial stage, there were 5 seats. 2 men and 2 women were sitting on them. 2 of them were Lu Yun and Shiming. Qin Feiyang stood at the back of the crowd, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Lu Yun and Shi Ming were the temple's enforcement elders, so it was reasonable for them to sit there. But what qualifications did the other man and woman have to sit beside them? He looked at the woman. The woman looked very young, about 24 or 25 years old. She was wearing a purple dress, and was rather tall. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was a beauty mole between her eyebrows. But the aura she exuded was not very strong, at most a 5-star or 6-star war emperor. Compared to Lu Yun and Shi Ming, she could not be compared at all. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned, and looked at the man again. The man was also very young. He wore a fitting purple robe, and his eyebrows were like swords. His temperament was quite extraordinary. The man and woman's demeanors were somewhat old. Their eyes were also filled with a kind of contempt and arrogance. Why does he look a little familiar? Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He was sure that he had seen this person somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Bam! 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 On the stage, 2 temple disciples were fighting. They both had the strength of a 5-star war monarch. The 2 of them used their own methods, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. It was quite interesting. Qin Feiyang watched for a while, then shifted his gaze to the other side. There stood a middle-aged man. He looked at the entire audience with a serious face, and there was a great sense of majesty. Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile. Because this person was Yang Nanshan, Qin Feiyang squeezed into the crowd. There were too many people, and they were almost touching each other. By the time he squeezed to the first row, his body was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he looked to the right. There was a group of young men and women with outstanding temperaments. There were a total of more than 20 people. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens, and they were extremely dazzling. The temple disciples behind them did not dare to get close to them, and there was a trace of obvious fear in their eyes. Lu Ziyuan, Xiao Hong, Dong Cheng, Dong Fangyu, Xiao Jian, and the other 4 young men and women with level 9 mind power were among them. As for the others, Qin Feiyang was unfamiliar with them. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the battle on the stage was finally decided. The person who lost left the stage dejectedly. The person who won had a smile on his face. However, when he looked at Lu Ziyuan and the others, his expression suddenly dimmed. What's the use of winning now? Sooner or later, we will be defeated by those monsters. That person shook his head and sighed, then left the martial arts arena as well. Next round, Lu Ziyuan and Zhong Ren, please enter the martial arts arena immediately, Yang Nanshan shouted. Dong Cheng smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, it's your turn. You must perform well. Is there a need? With senior brother Lu's current strength, he can finish Zhong Ren in a few moves. Xiao Hong had a look of disdain. An ant will be an ant after all. Lu Ziyuan smiled contemptuously and jumped up. With a suave turn, he landed on the martial arts arena. So handsome. Senior brother Lu not only has an extraordinary talent in alchemy, but his martial arts talent is also not inferior to anyone. Most importantly, he has a family background. How great would it be if I could marry him? The surrounding disciples all looked at him with admiration. Some of the girls were even more exaggerated. They could not wait to run up and offer themselves to him. There was a girl behind Qin Feiyang. She looked at Lu Ziyuan with infatuation, and her saliva was about to flow out. Qin Feiyang turned to look at her and said speechlessly, Is it that exaggerated? What do you know? A little tramp like you will never be able to compare to senior brother Lu. The girl glared at him fiercely. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. He then shook his head and did not argue with the girl. At this moment, another short young man in black walked up to the martial arts arena hesitantly. There was a deep fear in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan smiled disdainfully and said impatiently, Zhong Ren, hurry up. Don't waste my time. The black-clothed youth's body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Is there a need to be so afraid? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Although the young man in black was small, his strength was not bad. He was a 5-star battle monarch. If he dared to fight with his life on the line, it was not as if he had no chance of winning. Because Lu Ziyuan was only a 7-star battle monarch. Lu Ziyuan became more and more impatient. He waved his hand and said, "Just admit defeat and stop competing. I really don't understand. Why would a piece of trash like you participate in the competition? Isn't it a waste of a spot?" he added. His eyes were full of disdain. The surrounding crowd also roared with laughter. After being humiliated repeatedly, Zhong Ren could not help but clench his fists tightly. Especially when he heard the laughter around him, it made him extremely ashamed and angry. All of a sudden, he looked up at Lu Ziyuan and roared, "What are you so arrogant for? If Qin Feiyang was still here, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to participate in the competition." As soon as the 3 words Qin Feiyang appeared, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Everyone's face was solemn. Even their breathing became heavy. Qin Feiyang. He was a legend. Unfortunately, the legend has fallen. The girl behind Qin Feiyang sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the girl and asked curiously, "You know Qin Feiyang too?" "Of course. I'm not the only one who knows him. Everyone in the city knows him." "No. His name is already famous in the spiritual state. Everyone knows him. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of his talent. He died young." The girl shook her head. Just as she finished speaking, she frowned again. "You don't know Qin Feiyang? You're really ignorant." The girl's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Lu Ziyuan. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He stared at Zhong Ren and said word by word, "I dare you to say it again. Am I wrong? When Qin Feiyang was still here, you were like a mouse that saw a cat. Now that Qin Feiyang is gone, you're arrogant and domineering. Have you heard of this saying? When the tiger is gone, the monkey will be king. It's talking about you." Zhong Ren mocked. "You're courting death." Lu Ziyuan's killing intent rose. Zhong Ren smiled coldly and looked at Yang Nanshan. He bowed and said, "Elder, I admit defeat." When he said those words, he did not intend to fight with Lu Ziyuan. His goal was to make Lu Ziyuan mad and humiliate him in public. At the same time, he could vent the anger in his heart. "Yes." Yang Nanshan nodded and shouted, "Lu Ziyuan, Zhong Ren has admitted defeat. You're not allowed to attack again." However, Lu Ziyuan turned a deaf ear. Bang! A gush of aura roared out of his body. Bang! He landed in front of Zhong Ren at lightning speed and sent Zhong Ren flying with a punch. 8-star combat king? Qin Feiyang was shocked. It turned out that Lu Ziyuan had broken through. No wonder he was so arrogant. Chapter 409. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He jumped up and landed on the martial arts practice field. Everyone was stunned. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang ignored him. With another dive, he rushed to the bottom of Zhong Ren like lightning. There was a loud bang. He stepped on the ground and jumped more than 10 meters high. His large hand shot out and grabbed Zhong Ren's arm. Then, he landed on the ground steadily. However, when he laid Zhong Ren flat on the ground, he found that Zhong Ren was dead. Lu Ziyuan's punch landed on Zhong Ren's chest. Not only was his chest caved in, but his heart was also broken. His attack was really vicious. At the same time, Lu Ziyuan saw that Zhong Ren was dead. Not only was he not apologetic, he even smirked. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang with cold eyes. How dare he interfere in his business? Was he courting death? Whoosh. At this moment, another young man in white rushed to the martial arts practice field and ran to Zhong Ren's side. He asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" "Zhong Jin." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The person who came was the staff of the resource hall. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhong Ren and asked, "Is your brother?" Zhong Jin nodded. "Yes, my dear brother. Thank you." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Don't thank me. Your brother is dead." "What?" Zhong Jin's face changed. He quickly squatted on the ground to check on Zhong Ren. Sure enough, he could no longer feel Zhong Ren's heartbeat and breathing. "Why?" Zhong Jin muttered to himself. His face was pale. His 10 fingers were tightly clenched together. His nails had already sunk into his flesh and blood was flowing. He suddenly turned around, stared at Lu Ziyuan and shouted, "My brother has already admitted defeat. Why did you kill him? Trash." Lu Ziyuan was disdainful. He turned around and walked down the stage with a cold face. Zhong Jin stared at Lu Ziyuan's back. He wanted to pounce and die together with Lu Ziyuan to avenge his brother. But his rationality told him that he could not do that. Because he knew that he was not Lu Ziyuan's opponent. He could not afford to offend Lu Ziyuan, but he was unwilling. Plop. He knelt on the ground and looked helplessly at Yang Nanshan. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Elder, I beg you, please uphold justice." Some of the disciples below the stage couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Lu Ziyuan had indeed gone too far this time. But who dared to say anything? Furthermore, there was also a portion of the crowd that was cheering loudly. These people were all Lu Ziyuan's admirers. In their opinion, Zhong Ren deserved it. Otherwise, would Lu Ziyuan kill him for his provocation? Who was to blame for courting death? "Elder, I beg you, don't let my big brother die in vain." Zhong Jin was still kowtowing. His forehead was already bleeding, and blood stained the floor. Yang Nanshan's eyes flickered as he turned to look at Lu Ziyuan. "Stop right there. What's up?" Lu Ziyuan stopped and turned to look at Yang Nanshan impatiently. "The rules of the competition have already been made clear. Both parties will stop when the battle is over. Furthermore, earlier, Zhong Ren had already admitted defeat. Yet, you still attacked him to kill him. Therefore, I will disqualify you from the competition." Yang Nanshan shouted. "What? Disqualified?" There was an uproar in the crowd. However, Zhong Jin was very disappointed. What was the use of being disqualified? Such a punishment was worse than no punishment at all. Qin Feiyang saw through Zhong Jin's thoughts with a single glance. Sigh. He sighed and patted Zhong Jin's shoulder. "Elder Yang has his own difficulties. Lu Ziyuan is a member of the Lu family. It's impossible for him to repay the debt with blood. I understand. I've been with Elder Yang in the resource hall for half a year. I know that he's an upright person. I just feel that it's unfair. Why should those with power and influence be allowed to do whatever they want? I can't accept this." Zhong Jin muttered. He picked up Zhong Ren's body and looked at Lu Ziyuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I, Zhong Jin, swear, one day, I'll destroy the Lu family with my own hands." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left in big strides. His back looked extremely miserable. "You!" Lu Ziyuan smiled in disdain. "Don't underestimate anyone. Today, in your eyes, he might not even be comparable to an ant. But one day in the future, he might come to your Lu family." Qin Feiyang said calmly. Lu Ziyuan frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain. "Who do you think you are?" At this moment, Yang Nanshan frowned and shouted, "Lu Ziyuan, you can leave now." "Leave? I'm afraid that's not up to you." Lu Ziyuan sneered and looked fearless. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He even dared to talk back to Yang Nanshan. Why was Lu Ziyuan so confident today? Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you have someone backing you up. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Nanshan shouted. Backing? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Who was backing Lu Ziyuan? Sure, I'll see how you're going to be rude to me. Lu Ziyuan crossed his arms and looked at Yang Nanshan playfully. Stubborn. Yang Nanshan was furious. Wait. At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice was heard. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw the purple-robed youth who was sitting with Lu Yun and Shiming stand up. The purple-robed youth looked at Yang Nanshan and smiled. Elder Yang, fists and feet have no eyes in the competition. It's inevitable that someone will get hurt. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Qin Feiyang frowned. Deliberately killing someone was making a molehill out of a molehill? Could it be that this person was backing Lu Ziyuan? That's right. If it was a real duel, it's inevitable that someone will get hurt. But Lu Ziyuan was clearly killing someone on purpose. Lu Xingchen, you should know your place. The inner hall sent you here to set a good example so that everyone can learn from you. It's not for you to play favoritism and cover up for your clansmen, Yang Nanshan shouted sternly. Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That's right. This person was Lu Xingchen. He had seen him when Ren Wushuang was communicating with him in the county of Yang. But it had been too long and he couldn't remember clearly. Now that Yang Nanshan reminded him, he immediately remembered. Why was Lu Ziyuan so confident today? It was because he was here. But what surprised Qin Feiyang was that anyone else would have fallen out with Yang Nanshan on the spot after being reprimanded so harshly by him. However, Lu Xingchen did not show the slightest bit of displeasure. This showed that he was a very shrewd person. Elder Yang, you're right. I was out of line just now. How about this? Dongqing, Elder Lu, Elder Shi, and I will vote to decide whether Lu Ziyuan stays or goes. Elder Yang, you don't have any objections, right? Lu Xingchen cupped his hands and smiled. Okay. Yang Nanshan nodded. Although he was the one presiding over this temple's great gathering, the real authority was with Lu Yun and Shi Ming. Lu Xingchen smiled at Yang Nanshan, then turned to Lu Yun and the other two. Let's vote. Those who agree to disqualifying Lu Ziyuan, please raise your hand. I agree. Lu Yun was the first to raise her hand, her face covered in frost. Although Lu Xingchen was a member of the inner sanctum, he was far inferior to Lu Yun in terms of seniority and strength. More importantly, this wasn't the inner sanctum. Lu Xingchen's actions were tantamount to usurping the role of the host. He didn't even put her, the disciplinary elder, in his eyes. Lu Xingchen was still smiling as he looked at Shi Ming and the purple-clothed woman. Shi Ming pondered for a while, then sighed. Everyone makes mistakes. Let Lu Ziyuan continue participating. Lu Yun frowned and looked at Shi Ming with dissatisfaction. Shi Ming pretended not to see. The purple-clothed woman nodded. I also agree that Lu Ziyuan should continue participating. Lu Xingchen looked at Yang Nanshan again and smiled faintly. Elder Yang, I also agree that he should continue participating. I'm not shielding him. I just don't want to waste such a good talent. To be fair, Lu Ziyuan's talent is really not bad. Now, Dongqing, Elder Shi, and I all agree that the minority should take the majority. You don't have any objections, right? Lu Xingchen added with a smile on his face. Lu Ziyuan was even more pleased with himself as he looked at Yang Nanshan with disdain. A good competition has been messed up by a few scoundrels. I think there's no need to continue this competition. Lu Yun suddenly stood up and glanced at Lu Xingchen and the others in disgust, then prepared to leave. But at this moment, the sound of a loud slap could be heard. Qin Feiyang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke. What Elder Lu said is right. Since when did a scoundrel have the right to criticize the dignified divine sanctum? The divine sanctum is the holy land of cultivation that everyone dreams of. But now, it can't even be fair. Don't you all think that this is a very laughable matter? Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd in all directions, his eyes full of disdain for the divine sanctum. And at this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Qin Feiyang. Some were angry. Some mocked. Some agreed with Qin Feiyang's words. Shi Ming frowned and shouted, How dare you? Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here right now. What? I can't even speak. Elder Shi, you're the law enforcement elder of the divine sanctum. If you curry favor and side with Lu Ziyuan, the other disciples will be disappointed. Compared to Elder Lu, you're really too weak. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. As if someone stepped on his tail, Shi Ming jumped up and shouted, I told you to get out of here. Didn't you hear me? Lu Yun sneered, Old dog Shi, since you dare to do it, don't be afraid of others talking about it. Shi Ming turned his gaze and stared at Lu Yun. He said coldly, Bitch, what did you say? Aren't you just trying to curry favor with the Lu family? Actually, it's understandable. After all, apart from Murong Jing, Lu Xingchen is the only supreme-grade alchemist in the spiritual state. However, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll tell you the most direct and effective way. Resign as the law enforcement elder and leave the divine sanctum. With your strength, the Lu family will definitely take you in. I also heard that the Lu family is now lacking a watchdog. Chapter 410. Well scolded. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Yun's scolding was quite good. Not only did she scold Shiming, but she also implicated the Lu family and Lu Xingchen. It was simply too satisfying. Although this woman wasn't easy to get along with, she had a good personality. People liked her more and more. The entire place was silent. Only Qin Feiyang's laughter and Lu Yun's scolding echoed in the air for a long time. Everyone looked at Lu Yun before shifting their gaze to Qin Feiyang. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know the identity of Lu Xingchen and Shiming? Lu Yun dared to scold them because she was the law-enforcing elder. Her strength wasn't weaker than anyone. However, this person was just a disciple. How dare he be so arrogant? Who gave him such courage? Looking at Shiming again. His face was green and red. It was extremely ugly. He knew that it was unfair to let Lu Ziyuan continue participating. He also knew that Lu Yun would definitely be dissatisfied with him. However, he never expected that Lu Yun would scold him in public. Moreover, she scolded him so viciously. She actually said that he was a dog of the Lu family. In front of everyone and thousands of disciples, how was he going to face others in the future? However, he didn't dare to vent his anger on Lu Yun. Because Lu Yun's strength was much stronger than his. So, Qin Feiyang had undoubtedly become his target to vent his anger on. You deserve to be killed for offending your superior. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent. He is a disciple of my pill hall. Don't you dare touch him, Lu Yun shouted. Actually, she didn't know Qin Feiyang at all. She only saw that Qin Feiyang was wearing a white robe. In addition, she admired Qin Feiyang's previous performance and came forward to protect him. Shiming's eyes darkened. The anger in his heart couldn't be restrained. This damned woman, did she have to refute him in front of everyone? Seeing this, Lu Xingchen's expression also changed slightly. But it wasn't obvious. In fact, even if one were to observe carefully, they would not be able to notice it. However, the viciousness and killing intent that Lu Ziyuan exuded was not concealed at all. He raised his arm and pointed at Qin Feiyang like an old man. He sneered and said, "You dare to fight me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ziyuan playfully. "I'm not interested in this kind of game. Unless this battle is a life-and-death battle." Lu Ziyuan's pupils contracted. Suck. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Regardless of life and death, it was a battle of life and death. Who the hell is this guy? Judging from his tone, he seems very confident. But why haven't I seen him in the previous matches? Everyone was puzzled. Dongfang Yu asked, "Dong Cheng, is he a disciple from your side?" "Never seen him before." Dong Cheng shook his head. Xiao Jian was also confused. Qin Feiyang glanced at the reaction of the crowd below the stage, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Lu Ziyuan and said, "What? You don't dare? What a joke. Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Lu Ziyuan was so angry that he laughed. Breaking news, the Lu family, Dong family, Zheng family, and Wang family have been completely banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, a few disciples of the Divine Palace ran over, shouting as they ran. What? The place instantly became chaotic. The disciples of the four major families, such as Dong Cheng, Xiao Hong, Lu Ziyuan, and Xiao Jian, were all shocked. Including Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing. What happened? Why did Precious Treasure Pavilion suddenly ban them? And it was a complete ban. However, there was one person who had a bitter smile on his face. It was Yang Nanshan. It was obvious that it was Qin Feiyang's doing. He caused such a big commotion as soon as he came back. This bastard really knew how to cause trouble. Yang Nanshan's expression was accidentally caught by Lu Yun. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. In the past few months, because of Qin Feiyang's disappearance, she had been in contact with Yang Nanshan. She knew Yang Nanshan's situation quite well. In the entire spiritual state, there was only one person that Yang Nanshan was worried about. That was Qin Feiyang. Yang Nanshan had such a bitter smile at this moment. Could it be that all of this had something to do with Qin Feiyang? If that was the case, didn't that mean that Qin Feiyang was back? Lu Yun shuddered and landed beside Yang Nanshan, whispering, "What's the situation?" Yang Nanshan said, "Elder Lu, you should have guessed it too. He's back. He's really back." Lu Yun was stunned and hurriedly asked, "When did he come back?" Yang Nanshan said, "About an hour ago." "Great. Banning the 4 major families as soon as he came back. How satisfying." Lu Yun praised. Yang Nanshan glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered, "I'm still suspecting that this guy might be Qin Feiyang in disguise." "Oh." Lu Yun was taken aback. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned. His style of doing things and the look in his eyes are indeed similar to Qin Feiyang's. "Yes." Yang Nanshan nodded. Shiming and company couldn't help but frown when they saw Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan whispering to each other. Dongqing said, "Elder Lu, Elder Yang, is there something that you can't say in public?" "No. Elder Lu and I are just discussing how to proceed with the next round of the competition." Yang Nanshan smiled faintly. Lu Yun ignored the 3 of them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Ziyuan and asked, "Do you really want to have a life-and-death battle?" "I don't care." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Ziyuan sneered. "Do you have any objections?" Lu Yun looked at Shiming and company. "Do I dare to have any objections?" Shiming sneered and returned to his seat. Lu Xingchen and Dongqing looked at each other and shook their heads. This was because they were confident in Lu Ziyuan. Lu Yun also returned to his seat and said indifferently, "Since there are no objections, let's begin." Boom. Immediately, Lu Ziyuan's body trembled as a powerful aura roared out. "Come on." He stretched out his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. Qin Feiyang said, "You'd better go all out." "I don't need to go all out to deal with you. I can crush you with one hand." Lu Ziyuan said coldly. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang walked towards Lu Ziyuan step by step, his expression calm. "Pretend to be calm." Lu Ziyuan smiled disdainfully. Whoosh. When the distance between the two was only 10 meters, Qin Feiyang suddenly used wind riding steps and appeared in front of Lu Ziyuan at lightning speed. "Is this your speed, Ant?" Lu Ziyuan was even more disdainful. Clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, Battle Chi roared out and punched towards Qin Feiyang. He didn't even use any battle arts. It could be said that he was looking down on him to the extreme. "Ant." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. His body tilted slightly and easily avoided it. Immediately after, his big hand reached out like lightning and slapped Lu Ziyuan's face. Pa! A loud slap suddenly resounded through the entire arena. Lu Ziyuan was sent flying on the spot. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground in the distance. The teeth in his mouth were all shattered and spurted out mixed with blood. His face was also swollen, and the bright red palm print was particularly eye-catching. Lu Xingchen frowned and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The martial arts practice field fell into dead silence again. Originally, they all thought that Lu Ziyuan could easily kill this person like how he killed Zhong Ren. But they didn't expect that it was Lu Ziyuan who was slapped instead. Qin Feiyang shook his hand and looked at Lu Ziyuan, who was lying on the ground with a face of disbelief, and said indifferently, "This slap is for Zhong Ren." "Help Zhong Ren? You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the mood to help others? Go to hell." Lu Ziyuan was infuriated and jumped up abruptly. The aura of an 8-star battle king was fully released. He was like an enraged beast, with surging killing intent, rushing towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang used the wind riding step and went up to meet him. The moment they met, he skillfully avoided Lu Ziyuan's attack and slapped him again. Pa! Lu Ziyuan was sent flying again and crashed into the ground, his head bleeding on the spot. Qin Feiyang said, "This slap is for Elder Yang." Yang Nanshan was slightly stunned. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Lu Ziyuan was mad with anger. He turned over and got up, clapping his hands angrily. battle chi surged, and a falcon appeared out of nowhere. This was a low-grade battle art. The falcon was more than 100 feet long, and its whole body was ferocious. The pair of huge sharp claws flickered with a shocking cold light, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang looked up and pointed his index finger in the air. A wave of sword aura gushed out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, a red flaming sword shadow condensed. Slash. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the flaming sword shadow slashed through the air, cutting the falcon in half. At the same time, he took a step forward and sent out another slap. Lu Ziyuan let out a wail as his entire body flew out. His face was swollen like a pig's head. As a disciple of the sacred palace, you disrespected an elder. You deserve to be slapped. So, this slap is for Elder Yang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Yang Nanshan was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. This kid must be Qin Feiyang. In fact, Qin Feiyang was also hinting at Yang Nanshan. Obviously, Yang Nanshan understood. How can this be? Senior brother Lu is an 8-star battle monarch. Why can't he resist at all? Is he really that strong? The people below the stage were extremely incredulous. Shi Ming, Lu Xingchen, and Dong Qing also frowned. This is strange. Lu Yun was full of doubts. Why did he slap Lu Ziyuan twice on behalf of Yang Nanshan? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked up at Yang Nanshan. Yang Nanshan nodded at her. Brat. Lu Yun immediately cursed inwardly, but a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Lu Ziyuan, what are you doing? You can't even deal with a piece of trash like him? Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng shouted below the stage. Shut up, all of you. Lu Ziyuan shouted and climbed up in a sorry state, staring at Qin Feiyang. You have completely angered me. Eagle soars the sky. He roared and waved his hand. His battle aura turned into a dazzling waterfall and went against the flow. Chirp. A falcon that was 50 to 60 feet long appeared in the sky in an instant. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. The falcon's black eyes emitted a sinister light. Chapter 4:11. Eagle Soars the Sky is a mid-tier combat art. With his 8-star Battle Monarch cultivation base and a mid-tier combat art, he can dominate the Battle Monarch realm. Senior brother Lu, quickly kill that arrogant bastard. Lu Ziyuan's admirers below roared angrily. Bastard, go to hell. Lu Ziyuan laughed sinisterly. The huge falcon in the sky let out a sharp cry and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. You want to turn the tables with this? Is it possible? Qin Feiyang shook his head and pointed his finger at the falcon. The third style of the Guishu art, splitting the sky. Boom. An invisible force, with Qin Feiyang as the center, crazily rolled out between heaven and earth. When the force reached the falcon, it immediately let out a wail and was torn into pieces. Puff. Lu Ziyuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he kept retreating. His face instantly turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? He neutralized the Eagle Soars the Sky so easily. This is simply a crushing defeat. Everyone's heart trembled. This person's combat power is too strong. Lu Xingchen also stood up and shouted, Lu Ziyuan, you're no match for him. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat. I can't do it. Battle soul, kill. Lu Ziyuan roared, and a huge beast shadow appeared behind him. It was also a black falcon. However, compared to the black falcon formed by the previous 2 combat arts, it was even more shocking. It's time to end this. Qin Feiyang whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire aura suddenly changed greatly. If he was a docile little lamb before, at this moment, he had become a ferocious beast that bared its fangs. His entire body was emitting a shocking murderous aura. That cold gaze, that cold expression, he was even more like a merciless death god. Clang, clang, clang. Crimson sword aura burst out. In an instant, 2 dazzling sword shadows appeared in the sky, making clanging sounds and emitting shocking sharpness. Guiyuan sword technique, annihilation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 2 sword shadows whizzed out. Lu Ziyuan, dodge. Dong Qing also rose to her feet. The aura released by the two sword shadows was too powerful, far surpassing that of a 9-star battle monarch. If Lu Ziyuan did not dodge, he would definitely be smashed into smithereens on the spot. That's right. It's him. Yang Nanshan's eyes shone brightly. Previously, he had not dared to confirm that the person in front of him was Qin Feiyang. But now, the aura that Qin Feiyang exuded was all too familiar. He had seen it more than once in the county of Yang. Furthermore, this was the true face of Qin Feiyang. I admit defeat. Lu Ziyuan also panicked. His eyes were filled with fear. He blurted out the words admit defeat without any hesitation. However, Qin Feiyang did not stop. The two sword shadows were so sharp that they cut through the fighting soul like a hot knife through butter and landed on Lu Ziyuan's body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Lu Ziyuan turned into ashes on the spot. Not even a strand of his hair was left. Bang! The sword shadows slashed the ground of the martial arts arena, creating a horizontal ditch. The martial arts arena was almost split into two. Sword aura shot out in all directions and the wind howled. The crowd below the stage could not help but take a step back. Their faces were as white as a sheet. An 8-star battle monarch was killed in seconds. Was this person really a battle monarch? Was this not something that only a battle emperor could do? Right then, there was dead silence in the martial arts arena. One could hear a pin drop. However, this atmosphere did not last long. Very soon, there was an uproar. He's dead. Lu Ziyuan has been killed. This matter is getting out of hand. The Lu family will definitely not take this lying down. If this person does not have a powerful background, he will definitely die. Everyone was in an uproar. Lu Xingchen's expression turned gloomy for the first time. Shi Ming and Dong Qing were not in a good mood at this moment. However, Qin Feiyang did not take it to heart at all. He did not even look at them. This kind of competition is too boring. I might as well end it. He glanced at Dongfang Yu and the others below the stage and said expressionlessly, "You so-called geniuses of the sanctum, come at me together." Dongfang Yu and the others were stunned. Their faces were immediately filled with anger. Come at me together. How arrogant. How dare he challenge those monsters? Since he is so powerful, why was he unknown in the past? Everyone was in disbelief. This kind of boldness and courage was not inferior to Qin Feiyang's in the past. Bang! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged and rolled toward Qin Feiyang. The entire arena fell silent again. Everyone looked at Lu Xingchen. Because the owner of this aura was him, Qin Feiyang also turned around and sneered. Finally can't help but attack. Lu Xingchen said, Lu Ziyuan has already admitted defeat, but you still killed him cruelly. A person like you can't be left alive. What a joke. Why didn't you say this when Lu Ziyuan killed Zhongren? Is the Lu family the only one allowed to kill? Let me tell you, I was waiting for him to admit defeat before killing him. Do you know what this is called? This is called paying others back in their own coin. Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Qing frowned and said, aren't you afraid of losing your life? Who can kill me? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and arrogantly, his body exuding a shocking domineering aura. This little bastard is too arrogant. Lu Yun muttered. However, she did not interrupt. She sat there and watched coldly. The Lu family was too arrogant. It was indeed necessary to destroy their arrogance. Lu Xingchen glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and said to Lu Yun and the others, I suggest disqualifying him from the competition. Lu Yun was silent. Dong Qing and Shi Ming were also silent. Idiot. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Lu Xingchen frowned. Just now, Lu Ziyuan deliberately killed Zhongren, and you let him stay. And now, Lu Ziyuan and I are having a life-and-death duel, and you agreed. Yet, you want to disqualify me. Aren't you just slapping your own face? Don't you feel ashamed? You've probably disgraced the Lu family. I didn't expect the famous Lu Xingchen to be such an idiot. Qin Feiyang sneered without hiding it. The crowd below nodded. That's right. Those who were slightly smarter would choose to remain silent at this moment. Because they were asking to be humiliated. They were embarrassing themselves. As for Dongqing and Shiming, they both tactfully chose to remain silent. And Lu Xingchen was too stupid. They had never seen him in person before and only heard rumors about him. They thought that he was a very smart person. But now, it seemed that he didn't live up to his reputation. Qin Feiyang's words were like a resounding slap to Lu Xingchen's face, waking him up. He was extremely upset. Why did he make such a serious mistake in a moment of impulse? The good image that he had built up in the past was all gone this time. Because of this, his hatred for Qin Feiyang became even stronger. His eyes flashed slightly, and he faced the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, "I was too rude just now. I apologize to everyone." Looks like he's up to something again. Qin Feiyang muttered. Indeed. After Lu Xingchen apologized, he turned to look at Lu Yun and the other two and smiled faintly. Since he wants to challenge Dongfang Yu and the others, why don't we fulfill his wish? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. Elder Lu, please wait for me to finish. Since he dares to speak, it proves that he definitely has the ability. We can also see how much potential he has. How malleable is he? If he really defeats everyone, then the first place will belong to him. The reward can also be given to him in advance. Lu Xingchen smiled. That seems to make sense. Dongqing nodded. Shiming smiled. Then let's do as he wishes. Lu Yun's eyes darkened. I firmly disagree with such a ridiculous competition. Lu Xingchen smiled. But Dongqing, Elder Sure, and I have all agreed. How dare you? Lu Yun was furious. She stood up and looked at Lu Xingchen, saying coldly, "The Sacred Hall is not your Lu family. You have no right to criticize us. If you don't behave, I'll cripple you." Lu Xingchen smiled. Elder Lu, we're voting. There's no need to be angry, right? Smack. Lu Yun couldn't hold it in anymore and slapped Lu Xingchen's face. All the disciples were stunned. Yang Nanshan, Shiming, and Dongqing were also in a daze. They didn't expect Lu Yun to slap Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This elder Lu really had a bad temper. She attacked without any hesitation. This time, Lu Xingchen must have lost a lot of face. This was the outcome of not knowing what was good for him. Lu Xingchen was also dumbfounded. He was used to being high and mighty and being looked up to by others. His vanity had already swelled to an uncontrollable level. Lu Yun's slap not only trampled on his self-esteem, but it also left an indelible stain on his glorious life. Why? Are you not convinced? One shouldn't forget one's roots. I was the one who groomed you. If not for me, would you have achieved what you have today? Now that your wings have hardened, you don't take me seriously? The Academy Lord was right. You are a white-eyed wolf. Lu Yun sneered. What? The Academy Lord said such a thing? Dongqing's pupils constricted. Lu Xingchen's expression also changed. The Academy Lord was actually unhappy with him. If that was the case, then wouldn't his marriage with Ren Wushuang be? At the thought of this, Lu Xingchen's face turned pale. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He hurriedly said, Elder Lu, I was foolish just now. Please forgive me. Disciple? I don't have such a promising disciple like you. Lu Yun sneered with a look of disdain. Lu Xingchen's face turned red. The gazes from below the stage made him feel like a clown. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. He didn't even dare to look up at everyone. The resentment in his heart towards Qin Feiyang became even more intense. If not for his sudden appearance, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state now. Just you wait. You embarrassed me, so I won't let you have it easy. Chapter 412. Qin Feiyang sensed the hostility shown by Lu Xingchen. But he didn't take it to heart. In fact, before this, he was very afraid of Lu Xingchen. Because of all kinds of rumors, Lu Xingchen was almost deified. Moreover, Ren Wushuang had also warned him to be careful of this person. He originally thought that Lu Xingchen would be a very difficult opponent. But after observing now, it was not the case. Although this person was talented and shrewd, he was not very smart. There was nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at Lu Yun. Elder Lu, just sit there with peace of mind. I promise to give you a wonderful performance. Lu Yun frowned. Did this kid know what was good for him? Couldn't he tell that she was helping him? Qin Feiyang smiled. Swish. All of a sudden. He turned to look at Dong Fangyu and the others and sneered. Lu Xingchen, Dong Qing, and Shi Ming have already agreed. Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and come up to die. This group of people had strong self-esteem. They would never join forces with others unless it was a critical moment. But Qin Feiyang did not want to take them one by one. It was too time-consuming. Therefore, he said this to arouse the anger in Dong Fangyu and the others. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed to the martial arts practice field. There were a total of 28 people. Their eyes were burning with anger. Yang Nanshan looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly, retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field, and shouted, "Don't go too far. Begin." But none of the 28 people made a move. Don't dawdle. Bring it on. If you come one by one, I can crush you with one finger. Qin Feiyang continued to provoke. Arrogant. Let's see how you crush us. One of the burly men, with an astonishing aura, summoned his battle soul and charged towards Qin Feiyang. This person was also a 7-star battle king. Then watch carefully. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. A crimson sword shadow appeared out of nowhere and slashed down with irresistible force. In an instant, the burly man's fighting soul shattered. The sword shadow whistled and continued to slash at his head. The burly man was stunned on the spot. He stood there motionless, but his legs were trembling violently. He didn't think that Qin Feiyang was that strong when he was watching from the audience. However, now that they were clashing head-on, he immediately realized that this person was undefeatable. As the sword descended, it looked like it was about to split the burly man into two. Yang Nanshan's expression changed as he shouted, "Don't kill him." Clang. The sword shadow suddenly trembled and stopped above the burly man's head. It was only a paper's distance from the burly man's head. Plop. The burly man was paralyzed with fear. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his face turned ghastly pale. His body, which was 1.9 meters tall, was trembling. His eyes were filled with terror. Yang Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief as well. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi turned into a waterfall that wrapped around the burly man and sent him out of the training ground. Yang Nanshan was afraid that Qin Feiyang would kill all of them. The eyes of the remaining 27 people also began to turn serious. Qin Feiyang's combat strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they were to fight him one by one, they might truly be defeated in the end. However, they truly could not join forces. You're not going to attack? Then I'll force you guys to attack. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. The crimson sword shadow that paused in the void let out an ear-piercing metallic sound as it howled towards Dong Fangyu and the others. He's going too far. Everyone, stop hesitating and join forces to cripple him. Xiao Jian hollered. Everyone's auras burst forth. They were furious. They did not object to arrogance, but there had to be a limit. The next moment, 27 streams of battle chi surged into the skies and gathered, forming a resplendent pillar of light that blasted towards the crimson sword shadow. They're finally willing to join forces. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as an astonishing battle intent surged from his body. He glanced at Dong Cheng and Xiao Hong. Both of them had also broken through to become 8-star battle monarchs. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the 27 people. The training ground was filled with his phantoms. So fast. Lu Yun and the other 3 suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Yang Nanshan was the same. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the 2 young men. His hands shot out explosively and smashed into the 2 men's chests. These 2 were 7-star battle monarchs. The 2 of them were instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Like 2 cannonballs, they shot towards the crowd below the stage and instantly smashed a large number of people. Brat, you're too arrogant. However, at the same time, two disciples charged towards Qin Feiyang from behind. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Activating the phantom steps, he instantly disappeared from the sight of the two men. What? Where is he? The two of them were shocked. Dongfang Yu, who was standing not far away, shouted, "He's behind you. How can he be so fast?" The two of them changed their expressions and hurriedly turned around. However, just as they turned around, Qin Feiyang raised his leg at lightning speed and kicked their buttocks hard. Oh! The two of them were instantly sent flying. Their faces were distorted as they covered their buttocks with both hands. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered and fell outside the training ground. Their buttocks were kicked. Seeing this, the people below the stage looked at the two of them sympathetically. These two were also 7-star battle monarchs. He's too fast. We can't do anything to him at all. The two young women were extremely shocked and furious. More than 20 people joined forces and still couldn't stop him. It was simply a great humiliation. Dong Cheng roared, "Is it a superior auxiliary battle art?" "No. It's not a superior one. It's a perfect auxiliary battle art," Dong Qing said word by word. "How is that possible? The spiritual state doesn't even have a perfect slaughter battle art, let alone an auxiliary battle art." Dongfang Yu and the others changed their expressions and their faces were full of disbelief. Just as they were speaking, another 3 disciples were blasted out of the training ground and spat out blood. As a result, there were only 20 people left in the training ground. Dong Qing said in disbelief, "He's a 7-star battle monarch, but his speed is twice as fast as a 9-star battle monarch. If it's not a perfect auxiliary battle art, what is it? Damn it. Why is it like this? Who exactly is he?" Lu Xingchen clenched his fists and a strong cold light burst out of his eyes. He originally wanted to use these people to cripple Qin Feiyang. However, the battle had just begun and these people were defeated by this person. If this continued, there was no chance of winning at all. Bam! Bam! Ah! At this moment, another 5 people were blasted out and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Now, there were only 15 people left. Swish! Qin Feiyang flashed and retreated quickly. Everyone was stunned. Why didn't he chase after him? I understand now. The real battle has just begun, someone said. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Look carefully. The 13 people who were blasted out earlier were all 7-star battle monarchs. The people left in the training ground now are all 8-star battle monarchs. In other words, this person thinks that those 7-star battle monarchs are too much of a hindrance, so he asked them to leave the training ground in advance. He stopped at this moment to give Dongfang Yu and the others a chance to catch their breath. That person explained. What? He actually gave them a chance to catch their breath. Is he stupid? He's not stupid. He's full of confidence. In his eyes, this battle may really be just a boring game. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The 13 people who were blasted out of the training ground were extremely ashamed and resentful. He actually thinks that we're a hindrance. This is outrageous. Xiao Jian, Dongfang Yu, Dong Cheng, you must do your best and cripple him. The 13 people roared. Dongfang Yu and the others who were standing in the training ground were also extremely angry. He said that he was giving them time to catch their breath, but in fact, he was humiliating them. Dongfang Yu shouted, "Everyone, I'm not afraid of losing, but I'm afraid of losing without dignity. Go all out." Boom. Streaks of battle aura soared into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. 15 people used their battle arts at the same time. There were inferior battle arts. There were intermediate battle arts. Dongfang Yu and Xiao Jian had even mastered an advanced battle art. With them as the center, waves of powerful auras rolled out in all directions. Kill! They roared into the sky. Their battle cries shook the sky. 15 types of battle arts, with shocking power, charged toward Qin Feiyang with earth-shattering might. Qin Feiyang glanced at those battle arts and nodded. Not bad, but it's far from enough. After that, he released his aura. His robes fluttered, and his long hair danced wildly. He was like a god of war who had returned, domineering and domineering. Ultimate ruin. He raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! An invisible and vast force spread between heaven and earth like a volcanic eruption. The next moment, a scene that shocked the entire place appeared. One after another, the battle arts collapsed one after another, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Even Dongfang Yu and Xiao Jian's superior battle arts did not last long and dissipated. All the battle arts seemed to have evaporated into thin air. That was the true mystery of ultimate ruin. Everything would return to nothingness. What? It's a perfect battle art again. Dongfang Yu and Xiao Jian widened their eyes and could not help but exclaim on the spot. They were 8-star battle monarchs and were a minor realm higher than Qin Feiyang. And their battle arts were all superior battle arts. However, Qin Feiyang destroyed their battle arts with a finger. This could completely prove that the ultimate ruin that Qin Feiyang executed was a perfect slaughter battle art. Furthermore, it was a top-notch perfect battle art. Although battle arts were divided into 4 levels, inferior, intermediate, superior, and perfect, there were also differences in strength between each level. For example, if the ultimate ruin technique and Guiyuan sword technique were to be compared, the ultimate ruin technique would be slightly stronger. Perfect support battle art. Perfect slaughter battle art. Who the hell is he? Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan were also dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. What had this kid been doing for the past 7 months? What's the big deal about a perfect battle art? You have to know that our cultivation levels are higher than his. Everyone, we haven't lost yet. Activate your battle souls. Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng roared. That's right, we haven't lost, and we can't lose. Because we can't afford to lose. Chapter 413. Yes, we can't afford to lose. Let's give it our all and fight him to the death. The other 11 people also roared. If they were to lose here, then these so-called geniuses and monsters would undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock of the Divine Temple. The people below the stage also held their breaths. They did not even dare to blink for fear of missing the next scene. Roar. Clang. The fighting souls continued to soar into the air. There were weapon fighting souls. There were fierce beast fighting souls. There were also rare fighting souls with natural attributes. The natural attributes were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, lightning, and so on. For glory. For dignity. Kill. Dongfang Yu shouted. The 15 fighting souls released a shocking aura and roared in the sky as they charged toward Qin Feiyang. Deep in the sacred hall, above a mountain range, a pair of sisters stood in the wind. One was wearing a purple dress, while the other was wearing a colorful dress. Both of them had a peerless appearance. These two were the pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion and the Grand Hall master of the Sacred Hall. Both of them looked at the martial arts arena. The lady in purple laughed and said, "Sister, do you think he can win?" The lady in colorful thought for a while and said with a faint smile, "He should be able to." The lady in purple said, "Don't say should. I'm just not sure. Sister, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" The lady in colorful was puzzled. The lady in purple said, "I bet that he will definitely win. If I'm right, you will kick him out of the Sacred Hall." The lady in colorful was stunned and said, "Then the Precious Treasure Pavilion will extend an olive branch to him?" "Yes." The lady in purple nodded and said with a smile, "Do you dare to bet with me?" "You wish." The lady in colorful rolled her eyes and said softly, "I can't bear to let go of such a talent." Hearing this, the lady in purple shook her head and laughed, but there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. The martial arts arena. The 15 fighting souls' auras were overwhelming. The disciples below the stage could not help but be frightened. However, Qin Feiyang looked calm and was not nervous at all. "Since my fighting souls were activated, they have never shown themselves in front of anyone. Today, I'll let you shine," Qin Feiyang murmured. Clang. A metallic sound exploded. Like a heavenly sword being unsheathed, it was earth-shattering. Before the fighting soul appeared, a shocking radiance spread out between the heavens and the earth. "What's the situation?" Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, A crimson-red battle sword soared into the air from Qin Feiyang's back. He was more than 10 meters long, and his entire body was surrounded by flames. Not only was he sharp, but he also carried a faint, ferocious aura. This is his fighting soul. It's obviously just an ordinary war soul, but why do I feel fear? Why do I feel like there's a peerless, ferocious beast sealed inside the sword? Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang stared at the battle sword and pointed at the 15 war spirits with his index finger. He smiled and said, "Go and show your glory." Clang! The battle sword trembled in the air and turned into a dazzling ray of light as it flew towards the 15 war souls. As it approached, a huge flaming beast roared as it rushed out from the sword. However, there was only a silhouette and no one could tell what it was. However, as soon as it came out, the war souls opposite it could not help but tremble. They looked as if they were afraid, as if they had met the king of beast. Roar! Clang! The flaming beast roared. The battle sword clanged. The two were like kings descending to the world. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. They crushed everything. Dongfang Yu and the rest's fighting souls were like babies in front of them, unable to withstand a single blow. In a few breaths, the 15 war souls were annihilated. At the same time, the 15 people's bodies trembled violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Is this for real? The disciples below the stage stared with their eyes wide open. Although there were differences in strength between fighting souls, this person's fighting soul was ridiculously strong, right? One had to know. Dongfang Yu and the rest were rare Evilders, and their fighting souls were naturally not weak. However, under this person's fighting soul, they could not resist at all. Who exactly was this person? It's really amazing. Qin Feiyang murmured. He was very satisfied with the power of the Red Sword soul. And the Red Sword Chi's innate superpower was the Flaming Beast. However, even he did not know what the Flaming Beast was. However, he could clearly sense that the strength of the Flaming Beast was completely beyond this. It had yet to be discovered. He looked at Dong Cheng, Xiao Hong, Xiao Jian, and Dongfang Yu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Roar! The Flaming Beast roared in the sky and swooped down toward Dong Cheng and Xiao Hong. Clang! At the same time, the battle sword turned in the air and slashed toward Dongfang Yu and Xiao Jian with a shocking sharpness. What's going on? Why did it target Xiao Jian and the rest? Does it have a grudge against the four of them? Everyone was surprised. Damn it! The four people's faces changed. They immediately performed battle arts and activated their fighting souls, roaring toward the flaming beast and the battle sword. Seeing this, the other 11 people quickly retreated to the side. Their eyes were full of surprise. Boom! Although the battle sword and the flaming beast were separated, the power was not reduced at all. Dongfang Yu and the other three's fighting souls and battle arts collapsed one after another. The situation was not good. The four of them quickly retreated. The battle sword and the flaming beast slammed into the martial arts practice field, and half of the martial arts practice field was instantly turned into ashes. What a powerful fighting soul! Everyone was dumbfounded. With just one fighting soul, the four of them were killed without any strength to fight back. It was incredible. Dongfang Yu and the other three were also horrified. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Otherwise, they would have followed in Lu Ziyuan's footsteps. Xiao Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Qin Feiyang with a ferocious face. He said angrily, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "You may have forgotten, but I haven't." He waved his hand and the flaming beast retracted the battle sword. The battle sword also turned in the air and turned into a flash of light, returning to his Qi. Everyone thought that the battle was over. However, Qin Feiyang pointed his finger again, and the red sword Qi burst out from his fingertip like a tide. Clang! Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal, 4 sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. Guiyuan sword technique, annihilation, Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. The 4 sword shadows rushed into the sky and lit up half of the sky, whistling toward Dongfang Yu and the other 3. Dongqing shouted, "Don't fight it head-on. The Guiyuan sword technique is also a perfect battle art." What? Dongfang Yu and the other three were shocked. He had mastered 3 perfect battle arts. The 4 of them panicked. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Deep in their hearts, a deep sense of despair emerged uncontrollably and drowned their whole body and mind. They even forgot to dodge the sword shadows. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to die tragically under the sword shadows, Qin Feiyang shifted the 4 sword shadows and blasted the ground beside the 4 of them. Boom! The ground cracked, and 4 huge trenches appeared. Dust covered the sky and the sun. Dongfang Yu and the other 3 were sent flying in the first place. Although the sword shadows didn't hit them directly, the terrifying sword chi made their skin and flesh split open in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Bang! In the end, they rolled on the ground and were drowned in dust. Are they dead? Everyone looked at the place covered in dust. Yang Nanshan looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. As long as that brat returned, the state capital would not be peaceful. He waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blew, blowing away the dust. Dongfang Yu and the other 3 were revealed. The 4 of them were covered in injuries and lying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. It's good that they're not dead. Yang Nanshan looked at the 4 of them and heaved a sigh of relief. However, their injuries wouldn't be healed in a short period of time. He's too strong. These paragons are like ants in front of him. The disciples below the stage looked at the dilapidated martial arts practice field and the 4 of them who were severely injured and sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at the other 11 people and said, "Do you still want to continue?" The 11 of them looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. They had already done their best, but they couldn't even hurt a single hair on the other party. Was there a need to continue? The 11 of them turned around and helped Dongfang Yu and the other 3 off the stage. However, at this moment, the corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose slightly as he pursed his lips into a cold smile. The show had just begun. Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. "What do you mean by what you said just now? What exactly did I forget?" Qin Feiyang said, "You'll know later." Xiao Jian looked at him deeply, turned around, and staggered out of the martial arts practice field. It was indeed exciting. Lu Yun stood up and clapped with both hands. Clap. The disciples below the stage also applauded. He defeated 28 paragons alone and ended in a complete victory. Such a battle record was enough to make him famous. Right. Do you know his name? No. I don't know either. What's going on? Why don't you know? Even if he kept a low profile in the past, someone should know his name, right? The crowd was in an uproar again. Lu Xingchen heard the discussion, and his eyes flashed slightly. He cupped his hands and said to Qin Feiyang, "May I know your name?" Qin Feiyang said, "Give me the potential pill first." "No. We have to confirm whether you're a disciple of the Sacred Hall or not. If you're not only will you not get the potential pill, we'll also charge you with the crime of trespassing the Sacred Hall," Shiming said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "Then ask Elder Lu if I'm a disciple of the Sacred Hall." "He's a disciple of the Pill Hall." Lu Yun nodded without hesitation. "Really?" Shiming frowned. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Cut the crap. Give him the potential pill. H, if I find out that you're helping him hide the truth, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Shiming snorted, took out a jade box, and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it and opened the jade box. The potential pill was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Immediately, all the disciples below looked at the potential pill in unison, their eyes full of desire. Dongfang Yu and the others were also envious. Qin Feiyang glanced at the disciples around, then looked at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing, and finally locked his eyes on Shiming. "I don't care about this thing." Chapter 414. What? Everyone's eyes widened in anger. He actually crushed the potential pill? Is he crazy? Doesn't he know the function of the potential pill? What a waste. What a waste. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing were also in disbelief. Even they yearned for the potential pill, but it was ruined like this. Bastard. Tell me, what do you mean? If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Shi Ming roared, his face gloomy to the extreme. What do you mean? Don't you want to know my name? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the disciples around the stage, and said, You all want to know too, don't you? I'll tell you now. My name is Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said sonorously and forcefully, one word at a time. Qin Feiyang. As soon as they heard this name, all the people present trembled in body and mind. He is Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Especially Dong Cheng and others who had a grudge with Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing's eyes were also fixed on Qin Feiyang. Impossible. Qin Feiyang is dead. Don't think that you can pretend to be him just because you have some strength. If you have the ability, you can refine a few best quality pills in public and show us. The next moment, the place was in an uproar. Many people were condemning Qin Feiyang with righteous indignation. You really thought I was dead? Qin Feiyang muttered, took out a face-restoring pill, and threw it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his face was restored. It's him. It's really him. He's not dead. Qin Feiyang, who disappeared for 7 months, is finally back. No wonder he targeted Dong Fangyu and the other 3. Everyone was incomparably excited. It was said that Dong Fangyu and Xiao Jian had provoked Qin Feiyang near the martial arts treasury. Needless to say, Dong Cheng and Xiao Hong had a grudge against Qin Feiyang from the very beginning. Now that he had returned, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Strong, too strong. As soon as he returned, he crushed all the geniuses. He was fully deserving of the title of king. Return of the king! Return of the king! The disciples below could not help but roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens. No way. He's dead. This isn't real. However, Dong Cheng, Xiao Hong, and the others shook their heads frantically, unable to accept this terrifying fact. Who was Qin Feiyang? That was a true monster. As long as he returned, who among the disciples of Temple would be able to compete with him? So I was fighting with him. Dong Fangyu whispered. Her heart was filled with bitterness. The last time they met in the martial arts treasury, this person wasn't very strong. He seemed to be only a 3-star battle king. But how long had it been? Even she could only look up to this person's strength. It's actually him. Damn bastard. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, his hands tightly clenched together. Back then, he had threatened to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson in the temple's great gathering. But now, even with everyone joining forces, he was still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. This huge gap made him extremely angry and extremely unbalanced. Suddenly, Xiao Jian glanced at Dong Cheng. His eyes flashed slightly as he whispered, Dong Cheng, Dong Zheng died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Are you going to sit by and do nothing? Immediately, Dong Cheng's eyes surged with strong killing intent. He endured the pain, jumped onto the stage, and roared with a stern voice, Qin Feiyang, you're an inhumane bastard. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Dong Cheng, and said indifferently, Are you courting death? The one courting death is you. A bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded. Boom. Following closely. The pressure of a war emperor enveloped Qin Feiyang like a torrent. It was Dong Qing. Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes darkened, and were about to step forward to protect Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yang, Elder Lu, there's no need for you to do anything. Just watch, I can handle it. Qin Feiyang smiled at the two of them, turned to look at Dong Qing, and asked, Are you also a member of the Dong family? Yes, I am a member of the Dong family. Furthermore, Dong Zheng is my 3rd brother. Dong Qing nodded. Dong Cheng shouted, Big sister, don't waste your breath with him. Quickly kill him and avenge Dong Zheng. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Today, no one can stop me from killing Qin Feiyang. Killing intent surged in Dong Qing's eyes. Whiz. She soared into the air, turned into a streak of light, and charged towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Lu Xingchen's eyes were also surging with murderous intent. In the past, the Lu family was banned by the Treasure Pavilion because of Qin Feiyang. Moreover, it had seriously threatened his position in the city. But he was more than happy to see Dongqing kill Qin Feiyang. In this way, not only could he get rid of this root of trouble, but he could also maintain a good image, killing two birds with one stone. However, he did not seem to realize that the current him had no image to speak of at all. Give me your life. Dongqing's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Qin Feiyang. Her slender fingers curved like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang's head. It's still hard to say who wants whose life. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. This scourge is actually not dead. The disciples below the stage could not help but have a trace of horror on their faces. Wolf King's reputation in the city was even greater than Qin Feiyang's. However, his notoriety had spread far and wide. Who said that I'm a scourge? Come out if you have the guts. I'll let you know why the sunset is so red. Wolf King was instantly enraged when he heard this. The surrounding crowd retreated. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he knocked hard on Wolf King's head and shouted, "Idiot, look in front." In front. Wolf King was slightly stunned, and when he turned his head and saw Dongqing, his eyes suddenly widened. Damn, it's a 5-star combat emperor, Wolf King exclaimed, and immediately fled with Qin Feiyang in fear. 5-star combat emperor? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then the veins on his forehead bulged, and he said angrily, "Are you kidding me? A mere 5-star combat emperor did not need to flee." "Of course I'm kidding." The Wolf King chuckled. Dongqing caught nothing, and her eyebrows furrowed, and she quickly chased after the man and the wolf. What's going on? The sharp-eyed people quickly noticed that something was wrong. Ruffian Wolf's speed was comparable to Dongqing's. Yang Nanshan, Lu Yun, Shi Ming, and Lu Xingchen were also surprised when they saw this. "Little girl, come on, catch up with me, I'll give you candy." Wolf King looked back at Dongqing and provoked her as he ran. Bastard. Dongqing was furious. How could this be? Big sister can't catch up with them. Dongqing, who was standing at the edge, had a face full of disbelief. Xiao Hong shouted, "Dongqing, quickly send a message to your father." "Yes." Dongqing quivered, and quickly took out an image crystal to send a message to the head of the Dong family. "This is not good. The people of the Dong family are coming. I'm afraid Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf won't be able to escape today." People whispered to each other. Wolf King glanced at Dongqing and said, "Little Qin Zi, do you want to kill him?" "Of course. And I'm going to kill him in front of the head of the Dong family." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered with killing intent. Wolf King said to himself, "Okay, when the shadow of that old dog appears, I'll send you there. Soon." An illusionary figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall, wearing a purple robe, and his eyes were like torches, with the majesty of a superior. He was the head of the Dong family. The head of the Dong family asked, "Cheng what can I do for you?" Dongqing said, "Father, that bastard Qin Feiyang is back. Come to the martial arts field of the Holy Temple." "What?" The head of the Dong family glared and shouted, "Isn't he dead?" "He's not dead." Dongqing shook his head. "Now." Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. Wolf King waved his claws, and Qin Feiyang's body became light, and in the blink of an eye, he landed behind Dongqing. The head of the Dong family said in shock and anger, "You're really not dead." "Yes, you must be very disappointed. Come and collect your son's body." Qin Feiyang grinned, his battle chi surging, and punched towards Dongqing's head. Dongqing's body and mind trembled, and he roared, "Father, big sister, save me. How dare you?" The head of the Dong family was furious. "Qin Feiyang, stop." Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun also hurriedly shouted. "Good chance." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, his aura suddenly erupted, and he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, he shouted in a stern voice, "Qin Feiyang, you've already lost your mind. If I don't kill you, the heavens won't tolerate it. Yes, an unpardonable villain, you deserve to be killed." Shi Ming shouted and also rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "Qin Feiyang, if you dare to kill Dongqing, even if the Heavenly King descends today, he won't be able to save you." Dongqing also abandoned Wolf King and rushed towards Qin Feiyang murderously. "Then I'll really try." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He punched Dong Cheng's head with all his strength. Ah! Bang! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Dong Cheng's head exploded like a watermelon. He really killed him. Everyone at the scene was dumbstruck. Little bastard, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a man. The head of the Dong family was furious, and he immediately opened a portal. Incorrigible bastard! Go to hell! Dong Qing, Lu Xingchen, and Shiming rushed over, and did not hesitate to kill Qin Feiyang. Yang Nanshan's eyes darkened, and he was about to save him. But at this moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly resounded. How dare you ignore me? This is simply unforgivable. Wolf King was furious. Whoosh! It stood up, used the void escape step, crossed the void, and instantly landed behind Lu Xingchen and the other two. What? What a fast speed! Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes widened. Ruffian Wolf had also mastered a perfect auxiliary skill. Lu Xingchen and the other two also changed their expressions. The Wolf King's pitilessly terrifying might sent chills down their spines. The three of them looked at each other, and as if they had reached an agreement, they nodded at the same time. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing immediately turned around and punched Wolf King. Shiming still rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Trash, get lost! Wolf King roared, and its two small paws slammed towards Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing's fists. Boom! The two of them were blasted away on the spot. The skin on their arms was lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. What? So strong. Chapter 4:15. After sending Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing flying, Wolf King immediately looked at Shiming. Old bastard, you're just a 9-star combat emperor. Why are you so arrogant? Boom. At the same time, Wolf King's body emitted a golden light and instantly transformed into a muscular wolf that was more than 10 meters tall. His aura soared crazily. Following that, it stomped its foot towards Shiming. At this moment, he was like a peerless beast that had descended. His ferocious aura shook the world. Damn it! How did it become so strong in just 7 months? Shiming's expression suddenly changed. He did not dare to be careless and punched the air. The fist and the claw met with a loud bang. Awoo! The Wolf King howled and shot into the sky like a meteor. Its claws were lacerated and its flesh was torn. The ground under Shiming's feet collapsed in an instant. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ruffian Wolf actually injured Elder Shi? Seeing this, the hearts of everyone present were filled with great shock. Where did Qin Feiyang and Wolf King go in the 7 months that they were missing? One of them had swept away all the great geniuses and was unstoppable. One of them suppressed Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing. He even had the strength to fight Elder Shi. His strength was advancing too quickly, wasn't it? Wolf King stabilized his body and swooped down. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Little Qin Zi, old dog Dong is coming. Come on up." Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on Wolf King's back. Then, Wolf King rushed into the sky. Swoosh! At the next moment, a purple figure appeared out of thin air. It was Patriarch Dong. He lowered his head and looked at Dong Cheng's headless body. His eyes were emitting a strong cold light. Boom! His aura exploded. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Leng Wang. He shouted, "Today, you will die without a burial place." Whoosh! His murderous aura surged as he charged towards the man and the wolf. Shiming, Lu Xingchen, and Dong Qing also rose into the air. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Old dog Dong is also a 9-star combat emperor? So what if he's a 9-star combat emperor?" Wolf King was filled with disdain. "Don't be careless. Last time, when you fought Luo Guang and the other two, it was because your cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, which gave them a lot of pressure. That's why they're so afraid. However, there is indeed no need to worry, because we have divine artifacts in our hands." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "What divine artifact?" Wolf King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 2 rib bones appeared. They floated in the air and flickered with a hazy light. Wolf King's eyes lit up. "Ha ha, you little worms, tremble before me." He stretched out his claws and grabbed the 2 rib bones. He roared in high spirits and charged towards Patriarch Dong. The man and the wolf met in an instant. Patriarch Dong's aura was like a rainbow as he slapped the air with his palm. Battle chi gushed out of his palm and turned into a torrent, rushing towards Wolf King and Qin Fei Yang. Heh! Wolf King snickered, swung the rib bones and smashed them forward. An astonishing scene appeared. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Patriarch Dong's battle chi was annihilated in an instant. What? Patriarch Dong was stunned. This dog-beating stick is really awesome. Wolf King was also stunned, then he laughed wildly and said, "Old dog Dong, don't run away today if you have the gut." He was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and crossed the void. The rib bones in his hand shone brightly and blasted towards Patriarch Dong's head. "Bastard, do you think you can overturn the heavens?" Patriarch Dong was furious. His battle chi surged as he threw a punch. Crack! However, the result was that his entire arm was smashed into pieces by the rib bones. The severe pain made him unable to help but howl miserably. How is this possible? Where did this broken bone come from? It's so terrifying. Patriarch Dong was shocked. Shiming and the other two were also scared out of their wits. Haha, this is not a broken bone. This is a godly dog-beating weapon. It's specially used to beat shameless old dogs like you. The Wolf King laughed maniacally. He raised the rib bones and smashed it towards Patriarch Dong again. Damn it! Patriarch Dong cursed and hurriedly retreated. Heh! Wolf King snickered, suddenly turned in the air, and went straight to Shiming. Seeing this, Shiming's pupils contracted as he turned around and fled. "Why are you running? Weren't you very awesome just now?" Wolf King smiled disdainfully and looked at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing. When the two saw this situation, they immediately fled in horror as if their buttocks were on fire. "Damn it! What are you doing?" Wolf King was furious. However, he looked very proud and stood in the air proudly. "What's that rib bone? It's too strong." The disciples below were dumbfounded by what they saw. Yang Nanshan's eyes flickered. There was also a rib bone in his Chengkuan bag. At that time, Qin Feiyang gave one to Elder Wan, and Elder Wan gave it to him. He had long known that the rib bone was not an ordinary thing. But he never expected it to be so powerful. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shiming and the other three and shouted in a low voice, "Go and deal with Dong Laro Go and Shiming first. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing will be dealt with later." "That's what I think." Wolf King chuckled. He took the air escape step and chased after Shiming. "Old Go Shu, you are the law-enforcing elder. How can you be so spineless? Don't lose face in front of the disciples. Old Go Dong, Dong Cheng and Dong Zheng are both your sons. Don't you want to avenge them? You don't know yet." When Dong Zheng died, he was even more miserable than Dong Cheng. A man and a wolf were wantonly provoking with boundless arrogance. Shiming landed beside Patriarch Dong. The two stared at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, clenching their hands and emitting a piercing murderous aura. "Attack!" Suddenly, the two men shouted at the same time. Roar! Accompanied by two earth-shattering roars, two enormous ferocious beasts soared into the sky from behind the two of them. They were their fighting souls. Fighting souls, I'm so scared. Wolf King shrank his neck, revealing a look of horror. But they did not stop and went straight to the two men. Seeing this, Shiming and Shiming were so angry that they spurted blood. This beast dared to play with them like monkeys. It was really unforgivable. "Kill!" The two men roared angrily, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. The two fighting souls opened their bloody mouths and roared at the man and the wolf with ferocious might. "Hey, I'll let you have a taste of losing your fighting souls." Wolf King grinned. Boom! A golden light rushed into the sky. A huge golden beast shadow appeared out of nowhere. That amazing ferocious aura, like a tsunami, rushed in all directions. Deprive! With Wolf King's low roar, the golden beast shadow opened its mouth wide. The two men's fighting souls flew uncontrollably toward the golden beast shadow's wide mouth. How could this be? Patriarch Dong and Shiming were so shocked that they could not speak clearly. Finally, under countless incredulous gazes, The two men's fighting souls were swallowed by the golden beast shadow. Not only that, Patriarch Dong and Shi Ming immediately felt as if they had lost their fighting souls forever. With a belly full of doubts, they tried to activate their fighting souls again. Suddenly, they were overwhelmed with horror. They had really lost their fighting souls. How could this be? At this time, Wolf King attacked. He raised the two ribs and swept them towards the two men's legs. Crack! Ah! Their legs shattered on the spot, and their screams resounded through the sky. Following that, Wolf King stepped on their heads. Boom! Like meteorites, the two men smashed into the ground below. A hall instantly turned into ashes, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Dust filled the air. Whoosh! Wolf King swooped down and brought Qin Feiyang into the deep pit. Hee. A man and a wolf rubbed their palms together and punched and kicked the two men. Ah, little bastard, kill us if you have the guts. Bastard, I won't let this matter rest. The two men roared and screamed. Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan looked at each other, rose into the air, and landed above the huge pit. Yang Nanshan frowned and was about to stop them. However, Lu Yun waved his hand and sneered, "These two are asking for a beating. Let them enjoy it a little longer." Enjoy it? Yang Nanshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing also flew over. Seeing that Patriarch Dong and Shi Ming were covered in cuts and bruises, but Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan were still watching silently from the sidelines. They could not help but feel a surge of anger in their hearts. Dong Qing shouted, "Elder Lu, Elder Yang, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to indulge them like this? Even they are no match for ruffian Wolf. What can Yang Nanshan and I do?" Lu Yun said indifferently. Ahem. Yang Nanshan coughed and nodded. That's right. With Elder Lu and my strength, we can only be abused. Since you can't do anything, let me teach them a lesson for you. Before Yang Nanshan could finish his sentence, an aged voice could be heard. His words were laced with a strong sense of anger. Patriarch. Dong Qing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Patriarch. Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King were also startled as they raised their heads to look. Immediately, they saw an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair standing in the sky. The aura emitted from his body shook half the sky. War Master. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. There's such an old monster in the Dong family? Wolf King was surprised. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom, all of a sudden. The Dong family's patriarch pointed his finger in the air. A resplendent battle chi, carrying with it the power to destroy the world, shot towards Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. The sacred palace will not tolerate your impudence. Yang Nanshan shouted coldly, and with a flash, he appeared above the man and the wolf. Lu Yun's expression changed, and he shouted, Yang Nanshan, he is a one-star war master, you are not his match. So what if you are a one-star war master? Yang Nanshan was incomparably domineering. The aura hidden in his body erupted like a volcano. Next, he struck out with his palm. The flaming battle chi roared out, transforming into a torrent that overflowed the heavens, colliding with the battle chi of the Dong family's patriarch. Previous chapter, next chapter. A loud explosion rang out like a thunderclap, deafening. The sky above the sacred palace was instantly dyed fiery red. What? You are also a one-star war master? Lu Yun was dumbstruck. After getting along with him for so long, she had always thought that Yang Nanshan was an 8-star war emperor. But she didn't expect him to be a war master level super overlord war master. Lu Xingchen and Lu Yun were also dumbstruck. This unknown deacon elder actually had such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 416. Ever since he broke through to the battle master realm, Yang Nanshan had been hiding his cultivation level. He didn't want anyone to notice him. As such, in the entire sacred hall, other than Qin Feiyang and a few others, no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he showed it, everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other and chuckled. They then continued to beat up Shi Ming and Yang Nanshan. The Dong clan's patriarch's face darkened. He looked at Yang Nanshan and said, I didn't expect the sacred hall to have someone like you. Yang Nanshan said, I also didn't expect the Dawn clan to be so despicable. Despicable? The Dawn clan's patriarch frowned and shouted, "How is my Dawn clan despicable? You have to explain it to me today. Mph, don't pretend to be innocent. You know it better than anyone." Yang Nanshan snorted. Arrogant. The Dawn clan's patriarch was furious. Battle chi gushed out and instantly formed a giant hand that covered the sky. Next. The giant hand pressed down on Yang Nanshan. The majestic aura shook the void and the earth. "Don't you know that the Battle Master realm prohibits fighting in the city?" Right at this moment, a middle-aged man broke through the void and arrived. He was wearing a purple robe. His body was tall and straight. His eyebrows were like sword. There were white spots on his sideburns. He was filled with vicissitudes of life. The aura that he exuded was like a vast ocean. It was unfathomable. This man was the martial arts hall master. "Greetings, hall master." Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan cupped their hands and greeted. The martial arts hall master glanced at the two of them. He then raised his head and looked at the giant hand that was swooping down. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his sleeves, and an invisible force spread out. That giant hand immediately collapsed and dissipated. The disciples of the sacred hall are basically all down there. What if you hurt them by doing this? At this moment, another magnetic voice was heard. Everyone looked over. They saw a gentle and elegant man in white clothes. He had his hands behind his back. He stepped on the void and walked over step by step. His entire body was filled with an ethereal aura. "Greetings, Hall Master." Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan cupped their hands and greeted him again. This man was the Pill Hall Master who had never shown himself. No need to be so polite. The Pill Hall Master smiled. Then nodded at the Martial Arts Hall Master. Next. He glanced at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing, then raised his head to look at the Dong family's patriarch. "Old Monster Dong, this is the Holy Temple, not your Dong clan. Know your limits." His words were very calm, but there was a hint of fear in Old Monster Dong's eyes. This old man admits that this old man was indeed lacking in consideration. But what about Qin Feiyang? 7 months ago, he brutally killed Dong Zheng outside the city. Now that he's back, not only did he not apologize, he even killed Dong Cheng. He even injured the head of my Dong family. See for yourself. He hasn't stopped even now. How will my Dong clan establish itself in the city in the future? Is this how the holy sanctum indulges their disciples? The head of the Dong family shouted in a stern voice. The two palace masters lowered their heads and looked at the deep pit. The martial arts hall master's face immediately revealed a look of disgust. Old Monster Dong was here. He and the Pill Hall's hall master were here too. However, not only did the man and the wolf not restrain themselves, they became even more enthusiastic. They were completely treated as air. They had no manners at all. As for the Pill Hall's hall master, there was a strange look in his eyes. The martial arts hall master shouted, "Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble? Stop right now." Trouble? The man and the wolf looked at each other and sneered. "You can continue," Qin Feiyang said to Wolf King. He looked up at the martial arts hall master and said, "Hall master, I would like to ask. What trouble did I cause? Did you see that? Did you see that?" Until now, he still hasn't realized his mistake. He's hopeless. Old Monster Dong shouted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Old Monster Dong fearlessly. He sneered and said, "Old man, am I asking you? Why are you interrupting? If you have nothing to do, then go and dig feces. Don't behave atrociously here," he added. "Dig feces?" Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun's face twitched. This brat really dared to say that. "Bastard, you really have no manners." Old Monster Dong was furious. He looked at the two hall masters and shouted, "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." The martial arts hall master said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, you are too presumptuous. Kneel down and admit your mistake and accept your punishment." "Kneel down?" Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately turned cold. He asked, "May I ask, hall master, have I offended you?" Why are you siding with outsiders? The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just stating facts. Do you dare say that you didn't kill Dong Zheng and Dong Cheng?" "I killed them." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what are you talking about? Wrong is wrong, right is right. I'm not shielding you just because you are a disciple of the sacred hall." The martial arts hall master was furious. Qin Feiyang asked, "What if this matter is the Dong clan's fault?" "I won't let them go either." The martial arts hall master didn't even hesitate and blurted out, "You said it yourself. Don't go back on your words later." Qin Feiyang smiled. He was waiting for this sentence. The pill hall master pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Qin Feiyang, do you mean that there is something fishy about this matter?" "That's right. The Dong clan started all of this. Dong Zheng wanted to get rid of me back then. That's why I killed him." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Nonsense. How could my Dong clan do such a thing? Kid, don't try to twist the truth and slander me." The Dong clan's old ancestor laughed out of anger. "Butler Dong saw you kill Dong Zheng with his own eyes. No matter how glib your tongue is, don't try to shirk the responsibility." Dong Qing also shouted, "Stupid woman." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Qing said angrily, "What did you say? Fight me to the death if you dare. Idiot." Qin Feiyang looked at her with disdain. Dong Qing glared and gritted her teeth. She was about to go crazy from anger. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently, then looked at old monster Dong and said, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll take out the evidence." "Go ahead. I'll see what evidence you can take out." Dong Qing sneered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Butler Dong appeared out of thin air. He was covered in wounds and blood. It was a horrible sight. It was obvious that he had been specially taken care of in the castle. "Butler Dong?" Dong Qing looked carefully and finally recognized Butler Dong. She said angrily, "When did you kidnap him?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Before I banned the 4 great clans." "Banned?" Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was the one behind the precious treasure pavilion banning the 4 great clans. Old monster Dong said angrily, "Butler Dong, what is going on?" "Ancestor, Butler Dong looked up at old monster Dong, but before he could say anything, he lowered his head again. His eyes were full of sadness. If Qin Feiyang didn't have evidence, he would definitely bite back immediately. But now, Qin Feiyang had irrefutable evidence. If he still bit back, the Dong clan would only end up worse. Old monster Dong's heart sank. Was it really as Qin Feiyang said, that the Dong clan was the one who started all this? "Say it." Dong Qing shouted impatiently. "He doesn't dare to say it." Qin Feiyang sneered and took out an image crystal. His battle chi surged, and an image appeared. Everyone looked at the image. At the same time, a conversation could be heard in the void. At this moment, everyone fell silent. When the conversation disappeared and the image dissipated, everyone's eyes fell on the group of people from the Dong clan. "White-eyed wolf, that's enough," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King kicked Patriarch Dong and Shiming hard again, then withdrew his claws and rushed out of the deep pit with Qin Feiyang. "Little Qin Zi, I'll keep these 2 broken bones with me from now on." He looked at the 2 ribs lovingly. Qin Feiyang nodded. Anyway, he still had 3 ribs, and these 2 would be left for Wolf King to protect himself. Wolf King put them away happily, looked at old monster Dong and the others, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Weren't you all very arrogant before? Why aren't you talking now?" Butler Dong's face was ashen. Dong Qing and old monster Dong's faces were also extremely gloomy. They came here to denounce the Dong clan, but they never expected that the result would be like this. Yang Nanshan sneered and said, "Ancestor of the Dong clan, I'm afraid that now your Dong clan has to give our holy sanctum a satisfactory explanation." "That's right. Qin Feiyang has been wronged for 7 months and has been despised by the world. Even our holy sanctum has been criticized by the world and our reputation has been damaged. This matter can't be let go." Lu Yun's face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were shining. Dong Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, swooped down into the deep pit, and helped Patriarch Dong up. "Father, Did you know about this? Dong Qing asked as she fed the Dong family head a healing pill. Patriarch Dong shook his head. Dong Qing shouted, "Butler Dong, why did you hide it from everyone?" At this moment, Steward Dong was suffering in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. In fact, Patriarch Dong knew about this matter. Because before he murdered Qin Fei Yang, he had asked Patriarch Dong for instructions. It could be said that Patriarch Dong had instructed him to do so, but now, Patriarch Dong pretended not to know. Obviously, he wanted to make him take the blame. But the point was, if he exposed Patriarch Dong's lie now, even if he didn't die in the holy sanctum now, he would die in the Dong family in the future. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. Alas, he sighed deeply. Patriarch Dong is a reasonable person. If I told the truth, he wouldn't have attacked Qin Fei Yang, and the third young master would have died in vain. This matter is my fault alone. If the holy sanctum insists on an explanation, I am willing to use my old life to make up for my mistake. Butler Dong straightened his back and said firmly, "Continue acting." Qin Fei Yang sneered without hiding it. Butler Dong said angrily, "I can swear to God that I am telling the truth." "Truth? Don't be funny. Patriarch Dong is not as noble as you say. Back then, I saw the communication between you and Dong Zheng with great clarity. This matter was Patriarch Dong's idea." Qin Fei Yang sneered. "Nonsense." Chapter 417. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well in your heart. Qin Fei Yang sneered. Old Monster Dong's face was gloomy. He stared at Patriarch Dong and shouted, "Do you know or not?" Patriarch Dong's body and mind trembled, and his eyes were a little flustered. "Ancestor, Patriarch doesn't know," Butler Dong hurriedly said. Immediately, he glanced at the crowd, and a touch of determination flashed across his old eyes. He shouted, "Now I will use my old life to prove Patriarch's innocence." After that, he glanced at the ground and suddenly hit a stone. His head suddenly burst open, and blood flowed out. Qin Fei Yang's face changed, and he hurried forward to check. He found that Butler Dong was already dead. He was a little lost in thought. He didn't expect that Butler Dong would give up his life to exonerate Patriarch Dong. In this way, there would be no evidence. Alas! With a long sigh, he got up and looked at Patriarch Dong. It seemed that this time, there was no way to kill this person. Patriarch Dong, at this moment, had completely forgotten the sharp pain. He stared at Butler Dong's body, his hands tightly clenched together. Dong Qing's eyes turned and fell on Qin Fei Yang. She said coldly, "Are you satisfied now?" Qin Fei Yang didn't pay attention to her at all. He said lightly, "Patriarch Dong, how do you feel now?" Patriarch Dong's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard this. But soon, he covered it up and said expressionlessly, "This is what he deserves." What he deserves. You are also the head of a family. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. You let a butler be the scapegoat. I truly prostrate myself in admiration. Qin Fei Yang cupped his hands and said, with a thick sneer at the corner of his mouth. Patriarch Dong's eyes were red, and he growled, "I've already said that I don't know about this matter." "Okay, I misunderstood you." Qin Fei Yang grinned. "Since you know it's a misunderstanding, then I advise you not to talk nonsense outside in the future," Dong Qing threatened. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I won't be like some people, looking for trouble." As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Xingchen, intentionally or otherwise. Lu Xingchen's face sank. "Qin Fei Yang, the Dong clan has given you and the Holy Sanctum an explanation. Now, shouldn't you also give my Dong clan an explanation?" The Dong family's patriarch said. Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why should I give you an explanation? Our Dong clan was indeed in the wrong. We have nothing to say about you killing Dong Zheng and Steward Dong, but you shouldn't have killed Dong Cheng," the Dong family's great ancestor shouted. "Yo, you're going too far." Wolf King let out a strange cry and laughed mischievously. "Old fart, don't provoke your Lord Wolf, or else be careful that you don't have any descendant." Arrogant. The Dong family's patriarch flew into a rage. The martial arts hall master's eyes flashed and said, "I think that Qin Fei Yang is indeed in the wrong. Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also looked at the martial arts hall master with flickering eyes. The pill hall master smiled faintly and turned to the martial arts hall master. He said, "The Dong clan slandered Qin Feiyang and let him bear the infamy. Anyone would be furious if they were in his shoes. Can you tell me what he did wrong? His mistake is that he shouldn't have killed Dong Cheng. He has evidence. Why didn't he show it earlier? It's obvious that he wanted to kill Dong Cheng on purpose. His intention is punishable. Furthermore, he shouldn't have attacked Shiming. Even if Shiming is in the wrong, he's still the elder of law enforcement of the Holy Sanctum. What he did is not only offending his superiors, but also disregarding the rules of the Holy Sanctum. He must be severely punished. Otherwise, if everyone is as rude as him in the future, wouldn't the Holy Sanctum be in chaos?" The martial arts hall master yelled. What he said was reasonable. However, Qin Feiyang felt that this person was purposely targeting him. Shiming looked at Qin Feiyang viciously and looked at the pill hall master with grievance. He bowed and said, "Hall master, please help me." The pill hall master frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled faintly and said, "Just apologize to them." "Why should I apologize?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Yang Nanshan took a step and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He said softly, "Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Listen to the hall master. Uncle Yang, this isn't my fault." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Uncle Yang knows that you've been wronged. However, this matter is too complicated. If we continue to make a fuss, it will only get worse. It won't benefit anyone." Yang Nanshan transmitted his voice secretly. "Apologizing and admitting your mistake won't cost you anything. What are you afraid of? Moreover, a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. A moment of forbearance doesn't mean that you're a loser." Lu Yun also came down and advised. After pausing for a while, she said softly, "I promise that I'll give you a surprise after this matter is over." "Surprise?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Yun didn't reveal anything. She only smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and finally nodded helplessly. He could ignore Lu Yun's words. However, he couldn't go against Yang Nanshan's words. Huff. He let out a long breath and turned to look at Shiming and the Dong family head. He cupped his hands and said, "Seniors, please forgive me for my previous offense. You've hurt me so badly. Do you think an apology is enough? And Dong Cheng, he's my favorite son. You have to compensate for my loss." The Dong family head said angrily. "Insatiable?" Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun frowned immediately. The pill hall's hall master looked unhappy too. It was his idea to ask Qin Feiyang to apologize. However, the Dong family head didn't accept it. It was no doubt a slap to his face. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said playfully, "Then tell me, how do you want me to compensate? Firstly, ask the Zhenbao Pavilion to remove the ban on my Dong family immediately. Secondly, you're the one who refined the potential pill, right?" The Dong family head asked. "Yes, I refined it." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although the Zhenbao Pavilion didn't say it explicitly, everyone guessed that it was most likely Qin Feiyang who refined it. It was true. It was no wonder that he had a look of disdain on the training ground and even crushed the potential pill with his foot. The Dong family head said in a deep voice, "Remove the ban and give us the formula of the potential pill. Then, we'll let this matter pass." "Give you the formula?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He couldn't help but look at the Dong family head weirdly as if he was looking at an idiot. In the entire Great Qin Empire, only he had the formula of the potential pill. It could be said that as long as he had the formula, it was equivalent to having endless wealth. How could he give it to the Dong family? Not to mention the Dong family, even if Yang Nanshan asked for it, he would only give the elixir and not the formula. Of course, Yang Nanshan wouldn't be as unreasonable as the Dong family head. Because it was taboo to ask for the formula, especially the precious formula. This condition is too rude. I'll reject it on behalf of Qin Feiyang. This matter will end here. Please leave the sacred hall immediately. If you're not convinced, You can go and argue with the mansion master. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but the Pill Hall's hall master spoke first and even asked them to leave. Old Monster Dong, the Dong family head, and Dong Qing's expression turned ugly after hearing that. At the same time, the martial arts hall master was also unhappy. He snorted, "You're protecting him." "Protecting? All right, I'll do as you wish. If anyone dares to touch him, they'll be going against me. If you have any opinions, you can go and argue with the chief hall master. Of course, if you want to fight with me, I'll accompany you to the end." The Pill Hall's hall master smiled faintly. His calm tone was full of dominance. Wolf King transmitted a message, "Little Qin Zi, the two big shots of the Pill Hall are quite bold." Qin Feiyang nodded. As the person in charge of the sacred hall, he should have such boldness. Because only by doing so could he gain the respect of the sacred hall's disciples. People like the martial arts hall master and Shiming were simply a joke. He looked at old Monster Dong and the other two. He didn't hide the mockery in his eyes. If the Dong family head knew when to stop, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The saying the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear was indeed true. "Why are you still standing here? Do you want me to treat you to a few drinks before you're willing to leave?" The Pill Hall's hall master frowned. It was obvious that he had lost his patience. "Hall master, I didn't think it through before. I sincerely apologize to you. But Dong Cheng can't die for nothing. I can't suffer all these injuries for nothing. I don't want the elixir formula now. I only want 50 potential elixirs." The Dong family head roared with righteous indignation. Today's incident could be said to have ruined the Dong family's reputation. If they were chased away like this, the Dong family would lose completely. In the future, the Dong family would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. 50 potential elixirs. You really dare to ask for it? Do you think they're cabbages that can be found everywhere? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you out. You'll be even more humiliated by then. The Pill Hall's hall master shouted. His eyes were shining with cold light, revealing a dangerous signal. The Dong family head's eyes trembled. He said angrily, "Pill Hall's hall master, enough. Don't you think it's humiliating enough? Let's go." At this moment, old Monster Dong shouted and waved his hand to take out a teleportation door. Dong Qing's eyes flashed. She said, "Laozu, wait." Old Monster Dong frowned. Dong Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and said word by word, "I officially challenge you." As soon as she said that, Qin Feiyang instantly frowned. Is there something wrong with this woman's head? She's a genuine 5-star combat emperor. How dare she challenge a 7-star combat king? Her level of shamelessness is really beyond my reach. Dong Qing ignored everyone's gaze and continued, "If I win, you'll give me the formula of the potential elixir." Qin Feiyang said, "What if you lose?" Dong Qing said, "If I lose, not only will I give you my life, I'll also write off everything. How can your life be compared to the formula of the potential elixir?" Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain. Lu Xingchen said, "No matter how worthless Dong Qing's life is, it's still more valuable than yours. Aya, if you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about you. Idiot Lu, do you want to spar? Come, come, come." Coincidentally, Lord Wolf's hands are itchy too. "I'll play with you." Wolf King glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an ant, full of disdain. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Chapter 418. Looking at Lu Xingchen's expression, Qin Feiyang sneered. Maybe it was because of Ren Wushuang, but every time he saw Lu Xingchen being humiliated, he felt great. Cough cough. He coughed and laughed. "Senior brother Lu, I also agree that you should fight with Ruffian Wolf. Whoever loses will have to kneel down and call him master." Little Qin Zi, don't say any more. He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had more guts. Wolf King looked at him in disdain. "Don't be so straightforward. He's your senior brother after all." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Idiot Lu. No, senior brother Lu, I'm sorry. Please don't be offended. Wolf King laughed sarcastically. What he said was no doubt adding fuel to the fire. It made Lu Xingchen even angrier. Seeing this, Yang Nanshan couldn't help but shake his head. This so-called proud son of the heavens was indeed not very bright. Who in the sacred palace didn't know that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King weren't people to be trifled with? Others didn't even have the time to hide, yet he took the initiative to approach. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Lu Yun also looked at him in disdain. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in a conversation. Yet, he still came to stir up trouble. He really didn't have any self-awareness. In the end, Lu Xingchen couldn't take it lying down. He sneered, "Don't try to change the topic. If you're capable, then accept Dongqing's challenge." Wolf King said in disdain, "If you're capable, then accept my challenge. I'm begging you. Can you do it?" Lu Xingchen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He really couldn't understand why this ruffian wolf was able to retort sarcastically every time he said a word. "Stupid donkey," the pill hall master mumbled. He couldn't take it anymore. He sighed, "Lu Xingchen, don't say anything if you don't have the ability. You're just asking for trouble." However, the pill hall master's good intentions made Lu Xingchen even more furious. "Qin Feiyang, if you're still a man, stop being so wishy-washy," Dongqing said furiously. His mood became more and more irritated. Actually, she was very clear in her heart. If he challenged Qin Feiyang today, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would definitely become the subject of ridicule. But she had no choice. She had to think of a way to restore the Dong family's dignity. Even if she had to sacrifice her reputation, she would not hesitate. The most important thing was, as long as she won this battle, she would be able to obtain the potential pill formula. Compared to the value of the pill formula, one's reputation was not even worth mentioning. However, Qin Feiyang only cared about rebuking Lu Xingchen and completely treated her as air. He didn't even plan to compete with her. This kind of disregard made her very uncomfortable. However, even though she tried to provoke him, Qin Feiyang still ignored her. Dongqing was furious and shouted, "Bastard, are you still a man? Fuck. You're so annoying. Little Qinzi, just take off your pants and let her see what a man's masculinity is." Wolf King shouted impatiently, "Get lost." Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he knocked hard on its head. Dongqing also gnashed her teeth and stared at Wolf King. This beast was really too cheap. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and showed a look of realization. She said disdainfully, "Qin Feiyang, I didn't know that you were this kind of man." "What kind of man?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at her in confusion. Dongqing sneered and said, "You're really hypocritical. Since you don't want to say it, I'll say it. As long as you beat me, I'll be your woman from now on." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Aren't you waiting for me to take the initiative? Now that I've spoken, will you accept my challenge?" Dongqing said. "Wait." Qin Feiyang hurriedly stretched out his hand and frowned. "You mean, I'm coveting your beauty? Aren't you?" Dongqing's lips lifted with a touch of ridicule. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned again and shook his head. "You're really confident." Although he didn't know many women, all of them were superb beauties. The gentle mermaid princess, the peerless Ren Wushuang, the elegant and refined Luo Qingzhu, the playful and lovely Zhao Shuang'er, the barbaric Feng Ling as well as the sentimental Lin Yi. Which one of them wasn't a beauty? Any one of them could crush Dongqing. Coveting her beauty? What a joke. Even if he had to pay for it, he wouldn't want such an arrogant and domineering woman. White-Eyed Wolf has already made it very obvious that your value is not as good as the pill formula. Also, although I'm younger than you, I'm not stupid. Your little cleverness is useless to me. As for your beauty, you'd better find other men. Maybe they are more interested than me." Qin Feiyang said faintly and looked away after saying that. Dongqing clenched her fingers. Shame and anger made her lose her mind. She roared, "If I lose, my Dong family will leave Ju City immediately and never set foot in this city again." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes trembled, full of disbelief. She actually gambled the future of the Dong family. Was she crazy? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He turned to look at Dongqing and said, "If you want to fight, I can agree, but you have to add the life of your father and your ancestor." Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Yang Nanshan and others looked at Qin Feiyang and Dongqing, and their hearts were surging. One wanted to gamble the fate of the family. The other wanted to accept the challenge of a 5-star combat emperor. Were all the young people nowadays so crazy? Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong were also dumbfounded. From the beginning, they had been hoping that Qin Feiyang would agree. Because a 7-star combat king had no chance of winning against a 5-star combat emperor. At this moment, Qin Feiyang agreed. However, the bet was their lives. They also hesitated. If it were other young people, they would have nodded without hesitation. But Qin Feiyang had too many miracles. They didn't dare to gamble with their lives. Old Monster Dong looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Qing, stop fooling around. Let's go." Dongqing hurriedly said, "Ancestor, please believe me." Patriarch Dong shouted, "Qing, this is a serious matter. Don't be reckless." Dongqing said stubbornly, "Father, I have confidence." She didn't believe that Qin Feiyang could defeat her. Qin Feiyang must be scaring her now. She couldn't be scared away like this. Wolf King waved his paw impatiently and said in disgust, "If you want to scram, then scram. It's annoying to see you like this." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Just one word. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong were silent. There was a look of struggle in their eyes. "If you don't dare, then don't be so arrogant. White-eyed wolf, let's go," Qin Feiyang said. "We should have left long ago. What a waste of time." Wolf King pursed his lips. His battle aura surged and swept Qin Feiyang toward the Pillfire Palace. Far away from the martial arts practice field, the Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment and asked, "You really plan to fight with her?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're crazy," Wolf King said angrily. "I'm not crazy." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Actually, if you really want to fight, it's not like you have no chance of winning. Now that you're a 7-star war king, the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill is enough for you to break through to the 3-star war emperor. But your battle formula, speaking of which..." Wolf King hesitated. "The battle formula is secondary. After breaking through to the war emperor, I can still copy it. The most important thing is still the gate of potential. If I take the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, I won't be able to open the 4th level of the gate of potential now. The next time, I'll have to wait until the 9-star war emperor. However, it's worth it to use this price to exchange for the lives of Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong," Qin Feiyang said, a cold light shooting out from his eyes. "That's true." Wolf King nodded. As long as Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong died, the Dong family would be crippled. Unfortunately, the two of them were too cowardly to accept the challenge. "Qin Feiyang, we accept the challenge. But at this moment..." Old Monster Dong's voice rang out like a bell, spreading in all directions. A man and a wolf stopped in the void, their eyes shining brightly. "Little Qin Zi, have you really decided? You have to know that in half a year at most, you will be able to step into the 9-star Battle King and open the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. It won't be too late to eliminate them at that time," Wolf King said in a deep voice. "They have already accepted the challenge. How can I give up? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly like stars. Boom! A monstrous battle intent soared into the sky. This is Qin Feiyang's battle intent. He is responding to Dongqing, a 7-star battle king versus a 5-star battle emperor. This is really unheard of in the world. I hope Qin Feiyang can create another miracle and show the might of the holy sanctum. The disciples below suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their spirits soaring. Whoosh! Several figures broke through the air. They landed around Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. They were Yang Nanshan and the others. The Pill Palace Master looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, then looked at Dongqing and said, "This is a battle between the two of you. You can decide the rules yourselves. Regardless of life or death." Dongqing was the first to speak. "No problem." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Old Monster Dong said, "You are not allowed to use your 2 ribs. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded his head. Okay. Old Monster Dong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Qing since you insist on fighting, we will fulfill your wish. However, the fate of our Dong family is now in your hands. You cannot let us down. If you lose, our Dong family will be completely finished." Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong said in a deep voice. "Patriarch, father, don't worry." Dong Qing smiled confidently. Swoosh. At the same time, Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air. However, in the next moment, he suddenly appeared again. Let's make things clear first. Before the outcome is decided, no one is allowed to interfere. Begin. The Pill Palace Master shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone retreated in a rush. Wolf King brought Qin Feiyang to the training ground below and said, "Be careful." After saying that, he also retreated far away. Dong Qing stood proudly in the sky and looked down at Qin Feiyang. She said in disdain, "You can't even fly in the air. How are you going to fight me?" "Fly in the air. Very soon." Qin Feiyang mumbled. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, his body shook violently. A huge aura burst out from his body. Following that, his aura began to soar crazily. In less than 3 breaths. Chapter 419. The moment he disappeared, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and consumed the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Has he broken through? But it's useless. An 8-star battle monarch has no chance of winning. There was a cold glint in Dong Qing's eyes. Bang! She raised her arm. Battle aura surged from her fingertips and gathered in her palms. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions like a torrent. It was obvious. She was accumulating her power. She intended to win with one move. Qin Feiyang looked up and stared at Dong Qing coldly. Right now, what he needed the most was time. 10 breaths at most. 10 breaths might seem very short, but it felt very long during a battle. In particular, the disparity in strength was too great. If Dong Qing went all out, he would be in a very bad situation. Bang! The battle aura in Dong Qing's palms condensed into a fist-sized ball of light, emitting a dazzling light. The aura was even more terrifying than before. Bang! Qin Feiyang's cultivation level had broken through again. It was a 9-star battle monarch. What? Dong Qing's pupils constricted. How did he break through 2 small realms in a row? Lu Yun and the rest in the distance, as well as the thousands of disciples, were also shocked. What was going on? Previously, they did not pay much attention to Qin Feiyang breaking through to an 8-star battle monarch. They thought that Qin Feiyang was just about to break through. But now, he had broken through another small realm, and his aura was still surging. This was very unusual. Something is not right. There must be a problem somewhere. Lu Xingchen mumbled. But he could not figure out what the problem was. There was a flash in his eyes and he shouted, "Dong Qing, in case there are any changes, hurry up and take action. Are you courting death?" Wolf King looked up at Lu Xingchen with a ferocious gaze. Bang! Dong Qing took action. Lu Xingchen was right. There were too many possibilities in this person. She had to strike first to gain the upper hand. She flipped her hand. The ball of battle aura in her palm was like a dazzling meteor, shooting toward Qin Feiyang. That terrifying aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Just one more step. Gazing at that battle chi ball, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 1-star combat emperor. As long as he broke through to 1-star combat emperor, he would be able to fly. When it was time, although he might not be Dong Qing's match, at least he wouldn't be beaten up all the time. Because he had a perfect support-type battle art, his speed was comparable to Dong Qing's. The disciples around the martial arts practice field had already retreated far away. The destructive power of Dong Qing's all-out attack should not be underestimated. Can Qin Feiyang fight back? Everyone looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to create a miracle. Hurry up. The battle chi ball was getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. He did not choose to dodge. Because the time was too short, there was no way to dodge. Boom. Finally. His aura was like an erupting volcano as it soared to the level of a 1-star combat emperor. Whoosh. Without any hesitation. He stomped on the ground with all his might and soared into the sky like a divine rainbow. In the next moment, the battle chi ball was like a meteorite from outer space, smashing into the martial arts practice field. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the martial arts practice field was immediately reduced to ashes, leaving behind a 10-meter-deep crater. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Qin Feiyang, who was flying up into the sky. What's going on? He broke through again. 1-star combat emperor. He actually broke through 3 small realms consecutively. This must be a dream. Everyone's heart was in a perilous situation. Dongqing was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Previously, he was still a 7-star combat king, but in less than 6 breaths, he had actually broken through to 1-star combat emperor. Qing, hurry up. Patriarch Dong shouted. A deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Dongqing quivered and suddenly regained her senses. Her eyes suddenly shone with an extremely shocking light. Boom. She took a step forward and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Although it was unbelievable, a 1-star combat emperor was not a threat to her. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and retreated with lightning speed. His speed was already on par with Dongqing's. I know you have a perfect auxiliary combat skill, but if you want to compete with me in terms of speed, you are far from enough. Dongqing's speed suddenly increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, she had caught up with Qin Feiyang. She stretched out her arm, the palm of her hand surging with battle chi, and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's chest. This palm contained Dongqing's full strength. If it hit, Qin Feiyang's heart would definitely be shattered. Go to hell. Patriarch Dong clenched his fists tightly. Old Monster Dong could not help but feel nervous. As long as this palm hit Qin Feiyang, he would definitely die on the spot. Yang Nanshan's face was filled with worry. Qin Feiyang also did not expect Dongqing to have mastered an auxiliary combat skill. It was a critical moment. He raised his hand and struck out with the return formula, colliding with Dongqing's palm with a loud bang. This was the battle instinct that had been honed for a long time in danger. Crack. Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot. His arm was shattered, and blood stained the sky. On the other hand, Dongqing stood firmly in the void, not moving an inch. The gap between a 1-star combat emperor and a 5-star combat emperor was still too big. Seeing this, Yang Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong's hearts were in their throat. A wave of uneasiness that was difficult to dispel swept through their bodies and minds. You are just lucky this time. Dongqing's eyes were gloomy, not giving Qin Feiyang the slightest chance to breathe. The first form of the sunflower water formula, billowing white wave. Her aura surged, and her battle chi surged, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Combat skill. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. After taking a regeneration pill, his shattered arm began to rapidly heal. At the same time, his other arm burst out, his index finger pointed in the air, and he shouted, "Ultimate Void." An invisible force spread out. But this time, it was not as easy as when he fought with Dong Fangyu and the others. Even in the face of that surging huge wave, the Ultimate Void could not withstand it. The sunflower water formula was the same as the Ultimate Void. The power of the first form was only equivalent to a low-grade combat skill. But one had to know that Dongqing was a 5-star combat emperor. Using the first form was enough to fight against a 6-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang's fourth form, the Ultimate Void, although could raise his battle strength to a 5-star combat emperor, but after all, it was still a small realm away. The huge wave rolled, shaking the sky, crushing the obstruction of the Ultimate Void like a hot knife through butter, and drowning Qin Feiyang. Swish. Qin Feiyang did not fight it head-on. Using the phantom step, he left behind a series of phantoms in the sky. In the blink of an eye. Boom. At this time, his cultivation level had broken through again. 2-star combat emperor. Sure enough, He stopped in his tracks and pointed his finger at the huge wave that was surging towards him. The fourth form, the ultimate void, reappeared. The invisible force roared in the sky, and the huge wave was instantly annihilated. Immediately, Dongqing's face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Dongqing is injured. Qin Feiyang has broken through 4 small realms in a row. The situation may be reversed. At this moment, whether it was the martial arts hall master or the disciples below, they were all dumbstruck. They all felt like they were dreaming. It was too unreal. Why is this happening? Did he take some divine elixir? Dongqing's eyes were wide open in anger. The second form of the sunflower water formula, endless water sky. She roared angrily, her long hair fluttering in the void, like a female demon appearing in the world, overflowing with hostility. Boom! Battle chi poured out like a waterfall. Huge waves that blotted out the sky were surging in the void above. This place seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Qin Feiyang, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dongqing let out a hysterical roar. She pushed her hands forward, and a torrential wave swept across the sky. Don't speak too early. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom! His cultivation broke through again, a 3-star combat emperor. Everyone's body and mind trembled. He actually broke through 5 small realms in a row. This Qin Feiyang, could it be that he was going to defy the heavens? The real battle has only just begun. Let's see how long you can last. Guyuan sword art, annihilation. Qin Feiyang's fighting spirit was high, and his battle intent soared across the sky. Clang! A fiery red sword shadow appeared in a flash, carrying a terrifying sharpness, and slashed towards the huge wave. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The sword shadow and the wave almost collapsed at the same time. Puff! The two of them were also sent flying, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. 3-star combat emperor. Lu Xingchen looked at the scene, and his eyes were filled with coldness. In the past, after hearing all kinds of rumors about Qin Feiyang, he thought that Qin Feiyang could only threaten him in alchemy. But now he realized Qin Feiyang's talent in the path of martial arts was an even greater threat to him. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong's faces were also distorted. From 7-star combat king to 3-star combat emperor, the whole process only took 10 breaths. This Qin Feiyang, what did he do? If they had known earlier, they would rather lose face than let Dongqing fight with Qin Feiyang. But now, it was too late to say anything. Old Monster Dong roared, Dongqing, I'm telling you, you can't lose. Patriarch, I won't lose. Dongqing said word by word, and her eyes were filled with determination. She couldn't afford to lose this battle. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, and her eyes were filled with a sharp light. I have to admit, you're really amazing. If you're given more time, you'll surpass me very soon. But I'm sorry, you don't have the time. The third style of the sunflower water art, water dragon breaking the sky. As his voice fell, a vast battle chi rushed out from Dongqing's body, turning into a water dragon that was hundreds of meters long, and roared towards the sky. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the water dragon, and his pupils shrank slightly. The power of the third style of the sunflower water art was comparable to a high-grade battle art. In other words, Dongqing's current battle strength was comparable to an 8-star combat emperor, and Qin Feiyang, although he had mastered a perfect battle art, could only be compared to a 7-star combat emperor. However, it wasn't that he didn't have the power to fight. Clang! With a thought, the red sword chi surged out from his chi without reservation. In an instant, 20 flaming sword shadows condensed and floated above his head. Bursts of sharp light, almost tearing the sky apart. Roar! The water dragon rushed to the sky, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, it turned in the air and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. Clang! Qin Fei raised his hand and waved. 10 sword shadows turned into a stretch of gracefulness and rushed into the clouds. Chapter 420. Clang! The first sword shadow blasted out. But it couldn't stop the water dragon at all and was instantly shattered. Then, the second sword shadow. The third sword shadow. The fourth sword shadow whizzed out one after another. Boom! High in the sky. A series of loud noises kept exploding, shaking all directions. The confrontation between the sword shadow and the water dragon made the world pale. You must win. Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong clenched their hands tightly. They were roaring in their hearts. Brat, even if you lose today, no one will laugh at you. You are the pride of the Knights Templar. Yang Nanshan murmured. In just a few years, he grew from a little guy who was only a warrior master to today's level. It could be said that no one in the entire spiritual state could match his speed. Incredible. He can even fight against Dong Qing. Senior brother Qin is indeed the #1 person in the Knights Templar. The disciples of the temple below looked up at the white figure in the sky, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Clang! Boom! When the 10th sword shadow blasted out, the water dragon finally showed a trace of stagnation. The next few sword shadows managed to stop the water dragon in midair. Clang! It was accompanied by an ear-piercing metallic sound. The 15th sword shadow slashed the water dragon's head and immediately tore a gap. As soon as the gap appeared, the water dragon's momentum was unstoppable. When the 20th sword shadow slashed out, the water dragon immediately shattered and turned into pure battle chi, quickly dissipating between heaven and earth. Puff! At the same time, Dong Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face became paler. But she laughed. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although you blocked the third move of the sunflower water spell, there shouldn't be much battle chi left in your sea of chi. Dong Qing joked. Hearing this, Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong became excited. Without the support of battle chi, no matter how many perfect battle arts there were, it was useless. They would definitely win. Not only would they regain their face, but the elixir recipe of the potential elixir would also be in the Dong family's pocket. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. You are right, the red sword energy is indeed exhausted. Dong Qing's eyes turned cold as she shouted, then surrender, surrender. Qin Feiyang smirked as a fiery battle chi broke out of his body. How is this possible? This is a completely different kind of battle chi. Could it be, you have activated 2 fighting souls? Dong Qing glared at him, her face full of surprise. You're not that dumb after all. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force surged towards Dong Qing like a torrent of wild beast. Damn it. He actually has 2 fighting souls. Dong Qing was furious. Yin. Accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, an enormous creature soared into the sky from behind her. It was a flood dragon. To be more precise, it was a water dragon. Qin Feiyang was quite shocked. Although the flood dragon was not a true dragon soul, it already possessed the might of a dragon and was enough to make all beasts submit. You're good. Among the younger generation, other than the Inner Palace disciples, you're the first one to force me to activate my fighting souls. But because of this, you'll have to pay a heavy price today. At this moment, Dong Qing's eyes became extremely sharp. Her hair danced in the wind and her purple dress fluttered. Her body was releasing a shocking chill. She was like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. Innate superpower, water dragon's breath. Dong Qing shouted coldly. The flood dragon above opened its mouth and spat out a white mist. In the next moment, the white mist turned into a dense mass of arrows that almost filled half of the sky. Whoosh! The arrows were like raindrops, emitting a terrifying sharpness as they poured down towards Qin Feiyang. They covered an area of thousands of feet and there was no way for him to avoid them. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the arrows with a trace of disdain in his eyes. A flood dragon was a flood dragon. Even if it was equipped with a few dragon claws, it could not become a real water dragon. Boom! His body shook. A monstrous flame rushed into the sky. A palm-sized fire lotus rose into the air. As soon as the fire lotus appeared, the chill between heaven and earth immediately melted. Waves of scorching heat surged out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The fire lotus had 9 leaves. Every leaf looked as if it was carved from a piece of precious jade, without the slightest flaw. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a leaf fell, shooting towards the rain of arrows in the sky. Innate superpower, explode. Following Qin Feiyang's low roar, that leaf suddenly exploded, giving birth to a world-shaking destructive force that swept out in all directions. Immediately, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Those arrows were constantly shattered and turned into nothingness. At the same time, another fire lotus leaf fell, carrying rolling flames as it rushed towards the flood dragon. Explode. When the fire lotus leaf hit the flood dragon, Qin Feiyang roared and exploded again. The flames illuminated the sky. Destructive fluctuations flooded the sky. In an instant, the flood dragon collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Puff. Dongqing's delicate body trembled, and blood spurted out of her mouth. Although your cultivation is stronger than mine, you have no chance of winning. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches as he pointed at Dongqing. Ultimate void. An invisible force surged out. Dongqing screamed, her body was instantly covered in wounds, and blood stained the void. Today, your Dong family is destined to be destroyed. Qin Feiyang's momentum became more and more astonishing. Phantom step, he landed in front of Dongqing in a few steps. Seeing this, Dongqing's face changed, and she hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang's arm burst out, and he punched her lower abdomen with all his strength. This punch was not fatal. It also did not shatter Dongqing's qi. After all, his and Dongqing's cultivation were two small realms apart. But this punch was enough to further aggravate Dongqing's injuries. I actually lost to him. Dongqing was blown away by a punch, and her pale face was full of unwillingness. No, I can't lose. Her eyes flashed with madness. She waved her hand, and a dark iron bow appeared out of thin air. Next to the iron bow, there were 3 arrows. She grabbed the iron bow, pulled the bow, and loaded the arrows in one breath. The 3 arrows pierced through the sky, shooting toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang didn't expect this unforeseen event at all. But, driven by his fighting instinct, his body reacted automatically. In a flash, he dodged 2 arrows. But the other arrow, with a puff, sank into his chest. Qin Feiyang's whole body was cold. He hurriedly looked inside his heart. He was shocked to find that the arrow had passed through the side of his heart, and it was almost only a paper away from his heart. If it had been just a little bit more, he would have been reported to hell by now. There was no suspense. He was completely furious. He carefully pulled out the arrow, ignoring the bleeding wound, and looked up at Dongqing, with a beast-like light in his eyes. What do you mean? Didn't we agree that no weapons would be used? Wolf King was also angry. Yang Nanshan was also furious. One man and one wolf looked at Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong, with a fierce light in their eyes. Patriarch Dong and Yang Nanshan were also quite embarrassed. Think about it carefully. Before, they only said that Qin Feiyang was not allowed to use the 2 ribs, but they did not say that he could not use weapons. Lu Xingchen said. Yes, that's what we said. Old Monster Dong and Yang Nanshan nodded and looked at Lu Xingchen gratefully. You're simply twisting words. One man and one wolf were furious. Yang Nanshan took a step forward, looked at Old Monster Dong coldly, and said, no matter what you say, it's nonsense. Let's fight. Wolf King also looked at Patriarch Dong and sneered, old man, if you have the guts, fight with me. Their faces darkened. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, white-eyed wolf, Uncle Yang, calm down. One man and one wolf looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled at them, looked at Old Monster Dong and Yang Nanshan, and said, you mean, I can also use weapons? Yes. As long as you don't use those bones. The 2 nodded without hesitation. Good. Qin Feiyang smiled. However, that smile made Patriarch Dong and Yang Nanshan feel a chill in their hearts. Swish. Qin Feiyang stepped on the void and walked toward Dongqing step by step. You won't be so lucky this time. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not take out any weapons, Dongqing's eyes surged with killing intent. She waved her hand, and 6 arrows appeared. Whoosh. In an instant, She released 6 arrows and blocked the void in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and just stared at Dongqing. He had never wanted to kill a woman as much as he did now. All along, he had never attacked a woman easily. Because in his opinion, bullying a woman was a sign of incompetence. But some women were very insensible. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not dodge, Dongqing thought that he had lost his mind, and could not help but sneer. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. The 6 arrows were about to hit Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved it gently. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, the 6 arrows were broken in the middle. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongqing, Old Monster Dong, and Patriarch Dong all changed their expressions. They knew the arrows better than anyone else. They were made of the best tungsten iron. Even a 5-star combat emperor could not break them. But Qin Feiyang just waved his hand and the 6 arrows broke. What was going on? Did they see a ghost? Suddenly, they noticed that a dagger had appeared in Qin Feiyang's hand at some point in time. Was it caused by the dagger? But the dagger was as smooth as jade. It was more of an ornament than a sharp weapon. How could this thing be so sharp? You are really stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled brightly. Although the bones were strong, they could not be compared with Chang Shui. Thinking back, Chang Shui cut the 6 ribs as easily as cutting tofu. Originally, Qin Feiyang did not want to use Chang Shui, because this was his trump card. But the people of the Dong family were too insensible and forced him to use his real strength. I don't believe that your dagger can really cut my arrows, Dongqing bellowed, sounding somewhat hysterical. Whoosh. Chapter 421. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He waved the Chang Shui in his hand. Sparks flew in all directions and the 6 arrows were broken. Really? Dongqing's eyes widened. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of her. He waved his hand. Ah! Dongqing screamed in pain. Her left arm fell from her shoulder and blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. Dongqing's right arm was also cut off. Her blood dyed the sky red. Do you know? It's really easy to kill you, Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Dongqing endured the pain and retreated a few dozen meters. She looked extremely miserable. She stared at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Her facial features were almost distorted, making her look extremely ferocious. What a delightful dagger, Qin Feiyang, I'm beginning to admire you. I thought I could kill you without using my full strength. But now I realize that I've really underestimated you. But, this battle ends here, Dongqing shouted. Her aura began to soar crazily. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation had broken through to the 6-star combat emperor. She actually broke through at this time. Now, Qin Feiyang is only 3 levels away from her. I think the situation will be reversed. Who will be the final winner of this battle? Lu Yun and the others murmured in their hearts. Dongqing looked at Qin Feiyang as if she was looking at an ant. She sneered and said, "Are you surprised? Dongqing, I'll give you a supreme grade regeneration pill." Lu Xingchen waved his hand and a pill with pill markings flew towards Dongqing. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Her hands that were cut off immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qing'er has broken through to the 6-star combat emperor. We'll definitely win this time. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong looked at each other. The worry on their faces disappeared and was replaced by bright smiles. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen gave him a smug smile. "Clown, I'll deal with you sooner or later," Qin Feiyang muttered as he strode towards Dongqing. "It's over." Dongqing burst into laughter. Her dazzling battle chi roared at Qin Feiyang like a torrent of fierce beasts. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hand in the air, and a golden light appeared in his palm. The battle chi immediately turned back and engulfed Dongqing. Ah! Shrill screams immediately resounded through the sky. How is this possible? The eyes of Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Dong quivered. Nothing is impossible, Qin Feiyang muttered. He took a step forward and stabbed the Chang Shui into Dong Qing's lower abdomen. Blood gushed out. The void here was dyed red. Qing, little beast, I'm going to kill you. The Dong family's patriarch and the Dong family's patriarch immediately gritted their teeth and rushed towards Qin Feiyang recklessly. Their murderous aura was bone-piercing. You're courting death. Yang Nanshan and Wolf King's eyes turned cold. Wolf King instantly transformed into a muscular wolf. He took out 2 ribs and rushed towards Patriarch Dong. Yang Nanshan also took out the bone and rushed towards Old Monster Dong. Bang! The man and the wolf arrived almost at the same time. They swung the bone and smashed it on the heads of the 2 men. Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong's heads were bleeding, and they saw stars. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Cripple them." Yang Nanshan and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of ruthlessness on their faces. They swung the bone again and smashed it on the lower abdomens of the 2 men. Crack! Their chi shattered on the spot. Their lower abdomens caved in. Puff! Ah! The 2 men spat out blood and howled miserably as they fell to the ground. At the same time, Dong Qing also fell down powerlessly. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. All of this happened too quickly. Whether it was Lu Yun and the others in the sky or the disciples of the sacred palace below, none of them could react. Bang! Bang! Dong Qing fell into the martial arts practice field and smashed a deep pit, but she did not die. She forgot the pain and everything. She stared blankly at the clear sky. 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong also smashed into a small forest not far from the martial arts practice field. They clutched their bleeding lower abdomens and howled miserably. Go and take a look. Someone shouted. Some people rushed towards the small forest. Some people ran towards the martial arts practice field. When they found the 3 of them and saw the miserable state they were in, their hearts were immediately filled with shock and horror. They were crippled. They were really crippled. The 3 men were crippled. The Dong family was completely finished. It was too shocking. When this news spread, it would definitely set off a huge storm in the city. High up in the sky, the Pill Hall Master, Martial Hall Master, Lu Yun, Lu Xingchen, and Shiming were all looking at Qin Feiyang, Yang Nanshan, and Wolf King. To be exact, they were looking at the bone and Chang Shui in the hands of the 3 men and the wolf. Their pupils could not help but shrink. They were not blind. It was obviously because of the dagger and the bone that the 3 men and the wolf were able to cripple the 3 men so quickly. But what grade of weapon was that dagger? And that bone, whose did it belong to? How could it be so terrifying? Also, why did Yang Nanshan have an identical bone in his hands? What was his relationship with Qin Feiyang? Phew. Qin Feiyang, Yang Nanshan, and Wolf King looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally dealt with the Dong family. Yang Nanshan kept the bone and turned to look at the 2 hall masters. He cupped his hands and said, I acted on my own without your permission and crippled the Dong family's patriarch. Please punish me. Everyone came back to their senses. The martial arts hall master immediately said, with that bone, even we are not your match. Do we dare to punish you? There was a hint of mockery in his words. Yang Nanshan frowned subtly. The Pill Hall Master glanced at the martial arts hall master and smiled at Yang Nanshan. Although his words were unpleasant, it was the truth. Yang Nanshan, you really hid your strength well. You're flattering me. My strength is far from the 2 hall masters. Yang Nanshan quickly shook his head. Don't be humble. The Pill Hall Master smiled and looked at the martial arts hall master again. He asked, do you have anything to say about crippling the 3 men? They insisted on challenging us. What can I say? The martial arts hall master snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. He said, I'll give you a piece of advice. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Take care of yourselves. After he finished speaking, the martial arts hall master turned and left. Wolf King transmitted a message, Little Qin Zi, did we offend him? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and frowned, I don't think so. Wolf King was puzzled, then why is he always targeting us? Does he not like us? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head. The martial arts hall master's actions were indeed strange. Qin Feiyang. The pill hall master called out. I'm here. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The pill hall master said, go and prepare. Follow me to the inner hall immediately. So fast. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The pill hall master smiled and said, why? You don't want to go? Of course I do. It's just that it's too sudden. I can't react in time. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The pill hall master couldn't help but laugh and said, all right then. When you want to go, go and find Elder Lu. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The pill hall master looked at Lu Xingchen and said indifferently, do you know your mistake? Lu Xingchen frowned and said, may I ask, hall master, what did I do wrong? The pill hall master looked at him deeply, shook his head and sighed, you've really disappointed me. Lu Xingchen's heart shivered. Go back to the inner hall immediately. Go to the Chong region mountain and reflect on your mistakes. As long as you don't realize your mistake, you're not allowed to leave. Go. The pill hall master waved his hand and said, yes. Lu Xingchen responded respectfully. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Then, he opened a teleportation door and walked in. Lu Yun, Yang Nanshan, you two continue to host the temple's great gathering. Shi Ming, send old monster Dong and the others back to the Dong family immediately. The pill hall master said. Yes. The three of them bowed and responded. Wait. Wolf King suddenly spoke and said unhappily, from what you're saying, you're not planning to chase the Dong family out of the continent's capital? The Dong family is already like this. They're no threat to you. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. After the pill hall master finished speaking, he turned around and stepped on the void, heading deep into the sacred palace. Wolf King flashed and turned into the size of a palm. He landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said angrily, little Qin Zi, look at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shi Ming and said softly, if there's anything, we'll talk later. Lu Yun looked at Shi Ming and sneered, you didn't expect this, right? Not only did you not get any benefits, you even embarrassed your ancestors. Why are you so arrogant? Shi Ming was instantly enraged. Am I being arrogant? I'm just speaking the truth. Lu Yun sneered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, look for me tonight. I have something to ask you. After saying that, he rushed down with Yang Nanshan and rebuilt the martial arts arena. Elder Sure, I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shi Ming playfully. He cupped his hands and left for the Pill Fire Hall. Qin Feiyang, you better not let me have anything on you. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. Shi Ming said coldly. I'll be waiting. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at him. His eyes were filled with provocation. Shi Ming snorted and flew down. He opened a teleportation door and left with old monster Dong and the others. Why do I feel that he's acting a little strange? Qin Feiyang mumbled. What's strange about him? Wolf King didn't understand. I remember when we first came to the Sacred Hall, he came to persuade us to join the Martial Arts Hall. He wasn't very friendly to us, but he didn't reject us either. And during that big reshuffle, he didn't hesitate to expel all the Lu clan disciples from the Martial Arts Hall from the Sacred Hall. This is enough to show that he's not someone who fawns over those in power. But the Shi Ming we saw when we came back has become a completely different person. Not only is he against us, but he's also helping the Lu clan. Don't you find it strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. What's so strange about that? The Lu clan must have given him some benefits. Wolf King said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and shook his head. That's not right. Not right. Wolf King was stunned. Think about it. Shi Ming is the law enforcement elder of the Sacred Hall. He has a high position and a bright future. Why wouldn't he collude with the Lu clan for benefits? What's more, whether it's battle arts, supreme grade elixirs, or herbs, the Sacred Hall has them all. What could the Lu clan use to tempt him? I think there's something fishy about this. Follow him and find out for me as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang whispered. Aren't you thinking too much? Wolf King looked at him helplessly. Whether I'm thinking too much or not, We have to find out. After all, Ming is now our enemy. Qin Feiyang said. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. All right. Chapter 422. After watching Wolf King leave, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and swooped down. He landed beside Yang Nanshan and said, Uncle Yang, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Yang Nanshan was puzzled. The disciples around all looked at Qin Feiyang. Some were afraid and some admired him. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said in a low voice, I have a few types of elixir fire. Help me erase the blood contracts. How many? Yang Nanshan was stunned and whispered, Where is the elixir fire? The castle. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Yang Nanshan into the castle. Fatso was still sorting out the herbs. Lu Hong and the pangolin were cultivating in seclusion. Seeing Yang Nanshan come in, Fatso and Lu Hong immediately stood up and bowed. So many herbs. Looking at the herbs on the ground, Yang Nanshan was stunned. The air was also filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. This is only a small part. Fatso laughed. A small part. Yang Nanshan was stunned and shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at the nether devil flame. Immediately, his eyes widened. There were 6 elixir fires beside the nether devil flame. Yang Nanshan turned to look at Qin Feiyang and swallowed his saliva. He said with difficulty, Didn't you say there were only 3 types? Why are there so many? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 2 elixir fires floated over. He smiled and said, These 2 types are only first-grade elixir fires. The blood contracts have been erased. Back then, the leaders of the 3 tribes near White Fox City gave him their elixir fires. But only 1 second-grade elixir fire had been swallowed by the nether devil flame. He did not return the remaining 2 first-grade elixir fires to the 3 of them. After all, even a first-grade elixir fire was very valuable. First grade? Yang Nanshan was stunned. He looked at the other 4 elixir fires and asked, What grade are they? One is a second-grade elixir fire and the other 3 are third-grade. Qin Feiyang said. The second-grade pill fire came from the Shu tribe. The 3 third-grade pill fires naturally came from the 3 super tribes. A second-grade pill fire, third-grade alchemy fire. Yang Nanshan was dumbfounded. Any kind of alchemy fire could be said to be hard to come by in 100 years. However, it had only been 7 months, and this kid had already obtained so much alchemy fire. All of a sudden, he shuddered and turned to look sternly at Qin Feiyang, saying, Tell me honestly, where did you steal these pill fires? Qin Feiyang said, In an ancient site. Ancient ruins? Yang Nanshan was stunned. There are alchemy fires everywhere in the ancient ruins. There's even a 6th-grade alchemy fire. It's a pity that we're not strong enough to snatch it. Fatso shook his head and sighed. 6th rank. Yang Nanshan's heart was in turmoil. In the spiritual state, even the 5th-grade alchemy fire was a legend, let alone a 6th-grade alchemy fire. It even had a 6th-rank alchemy fire. What kind of ancient site was that? Uncle Yang, I'll tell you the details later. Help me erase the blood contract. Qin Feiyang couldn't wait. Okay. Yang Nanshan nodded and collected his thoughts. Battle chi gushed out and rushed towards the 4 alchemy fires. At the same time, in the Forgotten Land, the high priests of the 3 super tribes and the Shu tribe spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The blood contract of the alchemy fire has been erased. Qin Feiyang, I'll kill you sooner or later. 4 angry roars suddenly resounded through the sky. In the ancient castle, Yang Nanshan retracted his battle chi and smiled. It's all been erased. As soon as the blood contract disappeared, waves of heat rushed out in all directions. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and his battle chi gushed out. In an instant, a battle chi barrier appeared and protected the pangolin, Lu Hong, and Fatso. At the same time, the nether devil flame also automatically recovered and rushed towards the second-grade alchemy fire. Yang Nanshan was surprised. What kind of situation was this? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Uncle Yang, the nether devil flame can devour the alchemy fire and upgrade its grade. How is that possible? Yang Nanshan exclaimed in disbelief. Soon. The second-grade alchemy fire was completely devoured by the nether devil flame. The aura of the nether devil flame also improved. It had successfully upgraded to a third-grade alchemy fire. It can really be upgraded. Yang Nanshan was shocked. After fighting with Zhuoran for so many years, he knew a thing or two about the nether devil flame. He had never heard of such an ability. Immediately after, the nether devil flame began to devour the 3 third-grade alchemy fires. A moment later, the 3 third-grade alchemy fires disappeared without a trace, and the aura of the nether devil flame increased by another grade. At the same time, 8 words appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. 4th-grade alchemy fire, nether devil flame. Fatso asked anxiously, "Boss, how is it?" "It's a success." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Haha, with your talent in alchemy, the 4th-grade alchemy fire can definitely refine pills with 3 alchemy patterns. Although it's not as good as the flame of Sky Thunder, it's definitely unique in the spiritual state." Fatso laughed. "What's the flame of Sky Thunder?" Yang Nanshan was puzzled. Fatso smiled and said, "It's the 6th-grade alchemy fire that we talked about just now. Boss can refine pills with 5 alchemy patterns with the flame of Sky Thunder." 5 alchemy patterns. Yang Nanshan's eyes widened in anger. In that case, Qin Feiyang's cultivation could increase by 5 small realms because of the 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 5 alchemy patterns. This stinking brat really shocked people to death without paying for it. Qin Feiyang smiled and pointed to the 2 alchemy furnaces on the altar. "Uncle Yang, help me erase their blood contracts too." These were the alchemy furnaces of the Black Tortoise tribe and the Purple Sun tribe. Yang Nanshan looked over and found that they were actually 2 third-grade alchemy furnaces. "Amazing!" he exclaimed, and his battle aura surged, instantly erasing the blood contracts. Qin Feiyang also cut his finger and dripped blood to claim ownership. A string of information flowed into his mind. 3rd-grade alchemy furnace, 9-yang cauldron. 3rd-grade alchemy furnace, Qingyuan cauldron. He immediately opened the furnace to refine pills. In just a few hundred breaths, he familiarized himself with the heat and refined a healing pill. There were indeed 3 alchemy patterns. "Let me take a look." Yang Nanshan's eyes were burning. Qin Feiyang handed it over. Yang Nanshan grabbed it in his hands and looked at it over and over. Amazing. This was the first time he had seen a supreme-grade pill with 3 alchemy patterns in his life. Qin Feiyang took out 3 more potential pills and 2 more potential pills, all with 5 alchemy patterns, and handed them to Yang Nanshan. Next, he asked, "Uncle Yang, do the people in the city still not know that I can refine pills with 2 alchemy patterns?" "Indeed, they don't know. However, everyone is guessing that the red fire-colored glass pills with 2 alchemy patterns that were auctioned by Precious Treasure Pavilion previously were all refined by you." Yang Nanshan kept the pills and smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before leaving the castle with Yang Nanshan. Yang Nanshan continued to rebuild the martial arts practice field. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation door and directly returned to the 2nd alchemy room. Lu Ziyuan was dead, and the blood contract with the pill furnace was automatically removed. He did not stand on ceremony and directly dripped blood to claim ownership, taking it for himself. Next, he did not care about what was going on outside and began to refine pills. At the same time, breaking news, Qin Feiyang, who has been missing for 7 months, has made a strong return. Not only did he ban the 4 great families, but he also suppressed the geniuses of the Sacred Hall in one fell swoop. Even the ancestor of the Dong family, the head of the Dong family, the genius of the Inner Palace, Dong Qing, was crippled by him. Butler Dong, Dong Cheng, and Lu Ziyuan were all killed by him in public, and Lu Xingchen also suffered a great loss at his hands. He even admitted that he was the one who refined the potential pill. The most important thing is that the Dong family wanted to get rid of him outside the city, so he killed Dong Zheng. These 7 months, we have all wronged him. This news spread like wildfire in the state capital. Anyone who heard this news was so shocked that they were speechless. If one did not make a sound, one would amaze the world. This person's rise was already unstoppable. Compared to the liveliness outside, the Dong family seemed particularly heavy at this moment. Despair, grief, and anger filled every corner. The reason why the Dong family could have its current status was because the ancestor of the Dong family was a super overlord at the War Master level. Old Monster Dong was the pillar of support in the hearts of everyone in the Dong family. But now, Old Monster Dong's cultivation had been crippled, and the pillar had collapsed. This also meant that the Dong family's glory had come to an end. More importantly, the treasure pavilion had even banned the Dong family. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. At this moment, from the elders to the servants of the Dong family, everyone was in a state of panic. The Lu family was also filled with grief and indignation. Whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Lu Ziyuan's talent was quite outstanding. It could be said that his future achievements were limitless. His death was also a great loss to the Lu family that could not be ignored. As for the Zheng family and the Wang family, when they heard the news, a deep sense of fear emerged in their hearts. In the past, when Qin Feiyang was still weak, he had forced the two families into a desperate situation with his methods alone. Not to mention now, the strength of this man and wolf was not weaker than the two families at all. Coupled with the support of the treasure pavilion, did they still have a way out? If they had known this would happen, they would not have colluded with the Lu family in the past few months. Late at night, the waning moon hung in the sky, and the cold stars flickered. Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the alchemy room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw 6 figures standing outside. He Shan, Jiao Jiao, and the other 4 young men and women with 9th-level mental power. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why are you standing here?" Jiao Jiao licked his face and said with a flattering smile, "We are here to apologize to you, senior brother Qin." Apologize for what? Qin Feiyang pretended to be confused. The 6 of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang was a smart person. How could he not know? It was obvious that this person was deliberately making things difficult for them. He Shan begged, "Senior brother Qin, please be magnanimous and not bicker with us, okay? Am I not a little bastard in your eyes?" Qin Feiyang said playfully, No. We were the ones who spoke without thinking. Senior brother Qin, we really know that we were wrong. Please forgive us." He Shan and Jiao Gao's expressions changed. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. The other 4 also had a fawning look on their faces. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said calmly, "I can forgive you, but there is something that I need you to help me with. Please tell us, senior brother Qin. We will definitely do it." The 6 of them were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't be happy too early. You may not be able to do it. We promise we will." The 6 of them said solemnly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Very well. From now on, you will disappear forever. Don't appear in front of me again." What? The 6 of them froze. Wasn't this the same as asking them to leave the sacred hall? This is already my biggest concession. Do as you see fit. After Qin Feiyang said that, he jumped down, landed at the bottom of the courtyard, and strode away. He's gone too far. Does he really think he's a big shot? Let's go and tell Elder Lu about him.